I see. I didn't know if she was going to show up, but she wasn't sure, but still okay. Watch her into it.
Okay, no, that's good.
Just a reminder about that half-mast stuff, eh? Wait till those things, or the moment of silence.
Yeah.
That there should be when they stop ripping through, because they're gonna put the names on the screen. Remember?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Okay.
So let's.
I don't know if she's ready. It will be. Yeah, they will. If I can have your attention, please. If I can have your attention, please. If you could take your seats, we're just moments away from starting the convention. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Before we begin today's proceedings, I would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is Treaty 4 territory and a traditional territory of the Cree and Saulteaux, Assiniboine, and Métis. In a moment, I will ask you to rise for the entrance of the platform party, followed by His Honor, the Honorable Russ Marasti, Lieutenant Governor of Saskatchewan, and Her Honor Donna Marasti. And following the entrance, please remain standing for the Vice-Regal Salute. And the salute includes portions of God Save the Queen and O Canada. And please note the salute is played but not sung. Following the Vice-Regal Salute, I will ask you to join in singing our national anthem. Okay, please rise. Thank you. Please now join Labulda's Chamber Choir in the singing of O Canada. Thank you to the Labulda's Chamber Choir for leading us in our national anthem, and please remain standing. So the SARM flags at the SARM office fly at half-mast during the week of the SARM annual convention in remembrance of RM elected officials and staff, including former elected officials and staff who has passed away in the last year. So let us take a moment of silence to remember those we have lost, and for the Canadian troops serving our country. Please remain standing. I'd like to now invite Canon Michael Jackson from the St. Paul's Anglican Cathedral to deliver our opening prayer.
As we gather here to discuss the affairs of the people in our rural municipalities, let us first give thanks for the many blessings we enjoy in this province of Saskatchewan, the rich land entrusted to our care, productive soils for agriculture, forests and lakes and rivers, mineral resources and energy, clear air, sun, rain, and snow, which enable us to live and work and nourish ourselves. We ask a blessing on the people of our province, citizens of all ages, cultures, and ethnic backgrounds. We give thanks for the inheritance of the Indigenous peoples and the pioneers who came here from many lands. We pray for those to whom we've entrusted the responsibility of governance, Elizabeth, our Queen, and her representative, the Lieutenant Governor, the Premier, Cabinet, and Government of our province, the Speaker, Leader of the Opposition, and members of the Legislative Assembly, the mayors, reeves, and councillors of our rural and urban municipalities, that they may all seek wisdom to serve the common good. And finally, we ask a blessing on the deliberations of this convention, that they may be thoughtful, generous, and productive for the people represented by this association. Amen.
Thank you, Canon Michael Jackson. You may now be seated. Now, I will call upon Judy Harwood to come forward to pay the piper. Find the piper. Okay, so this is a ceremony. The paying the piper ceremony is a Scottish custom developed on the basis that pipers were never paid money for their services, but were always considered good drinkers. So we'll have to do a survey on that later on. The toast you will hear is a Gaelic Air Force toast. The toast given by the piper means good health. The response that you will hear means good health to all present. Director Harwood, please pay the piper. Thank you. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Judy. It takes a bit of courage for singing in the morning. I've been there myself. So please join me now in welcoming His Honor, the Honorable Russ Morasti, Lieutenant Governor of Saskatchewan. And I will ask His Honor to come forward.
Well, good morning. Talk about a Saskatchewan get-together. Since our installation, it's probably the biggest group that we've attended with, but we're very pleased to be here. President Orb, board members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and Tansi, friends and relatives. Dawn and I are very pleased to join you here in the beautiful city of Regina, in Treaty 4 territory and homeland of the Métis. I want to acknowledge the convention hosts, the SARM board and staff. Thank you for the invitation and the warm welcome. And as I said, a very large gathering, obviously, and we're very pleased to be here, and I thank you for your hard work in organizing this annual event. I'm told over 100 years old in existence for the organization. I also want to thank the Reeves, counselors, and administrators who provide leadership in your own rural municipalities. I admire those who step forward to represent people of their regions. It's a very difficult job, many demands on your time, on your personal life, and so I commend you for stepping forward to do the work that you do. They're not easy jobs, especially in these changing dynamic times that we live in today, and your willingness to serve is really a testament to your dedication to your communities and, more broadly, the province of Saskatchewan. I've always believed that it's up to each one of us to create the communities that we want to live in. So thank you again for inspiring examples of service. Dawn and I have had the opportunity to live and work in many provinces across this great country of ours, 7 actually, to be precise. And I can tell you, although somewhat biased obviously because we both hail from Saskatchewan, that without hesitation I can say that Saskatchewan is second to no other province in terms of its diversity, its geography, its natural resources, the economy, the arts, and most importantly, its people. In 7 months since taking on this role, we have traveled to many communities across this province and met many amazing people. It just strikes me as we do travel and meet people how they really commit to their communities. A couple of examples: we met a 12-year-old philanthropist at an event in Saskatoon a couple of months ago who raised $4,500 for a cause near and dear to his heart. We met quite a number of seniors at a volunteer event here in Regina some time ago, but what was impressive about that group were two nominees were 100 years old. Just absolutely incredible that they would still be working in a volunteer capacity within their communities. A real testament to them, but also to the fortitude of people here in Saskatchewan. As well, in work that I've done previously, but since we've taken on this role, meeting educators throughout the province and doing the important work that they have to do. First responders, to name a few, police officers, ambulance, emergency response teams, and as was mentioned, the people that have dedicated themselves to protecting our country here and overseas. I want to just take a couple of moments to share a few comments this morning about reconciliation because it's a subject that's really close to my heart, and I do believe that it is crucial for our province. There is work to be done to improve the relationships between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people, but I do see a lot of good work going on throughout the province. Certainly there are challenges and a lot of difficult conversations to have, but I think that we need to have them, and we are having them. We are traveling up to Lloydminster here in a couple of weeks to join the Heart of Treaty 6 Reconciliation Group, and looking forward to hearing from them in terms of how they've come together to look at the future and how to improve the relationships in that part of the province. We were recently to One Arrow First Nation, and they hosted an event that included 22 communities that signed a declaration for reconciliation. And it was really impressive in that people showing their commitment to say, you know what, we can find a better way forward together. Ongoing all the time, Reconciliation in Saskatoon and Regina are well-established organizations that do just that. They bring people together. The Office of the Treaty Commissioner, working and supporting efforts throughout the province. And if you need any help in that regard, feel free to reach out. I know that Commissioner Cuthbertson is here today, in fact, so that's nice to see. So strong relationships based on understanding and respect can only lead to positive benefits for the entire province. As I was told recently by an elder in my home community, we aren't going anywhere, meaning all of us. And it's important that we find a way to chart the future together that will benefit every citizen of Saskatchewan. I want to thank those of you who are working to create understanding and improve relationships in and around your communities. And before I present a very special award, I will close as is customary for the Lieutenant Governor to bring remarks, my remarks by bringing greetings on behalf of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada. I'd also like to share these remarks with you in my first language of Woodland Cree. Queen Elizabeth II, Canada. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the morning. And now, another task before me, a very important one. We had the opportunity to meet a very special individual last night, and he is being recognized today. And it is my honor to present the Lieutenant Governor's Award for Outstanding Service to Rural Saskatchewan to really a truly remarkable and very humble individual. Colin Ahrens has served the RM of Marriott for an impressive 47 years, including 21 years as Reeve. Let me just share a few of his achievements over nearly 5 decades of service. He was instrumental in managing and operating a progressive and effective municipality on limited budget resources. During his time on council, a new municipal office was constructed in Rosetown, as well as a new full-service municipal shop in Marriott, and over 50 miles of municipal roads were constructed or improved. Mr. Ahrens has promoted regional cooperation and collaboration. This has resulted in many valuable partnerships, including mutual aid agreements, a jointly owned fire truck, shared administrator services, and a planning region. Mr. Ahrens has served on the Rosetown Credit Union Board, the Saskatchewan Wheat Board, the Rosetown Curling Club, and the annual Rosetown Harvest Festival. One of the nominators said, and I quote, "Colin is an example of great leadership where everyone gets a voice." Pretty special. Before I present the award, I invite Lindsay Brumwell from CN, the generous award sponsor, to join me for the presentation. And now please join me as I leave the stage here. We'll go down below. Join me in congratulating the recipient of the Lieutenant Governor's Award for Outstanding Leadership to rural Saskatchewan, Mr. Colin Ahrens.
Good morning, everyone. Isn't that a beautiful painting for someone from Rosetown? I think it's very fitting. Congratulations again, and thank you for your service to both rural Saskatchewan and your rural municipality. My name is Lindsay Brumwell, and I'm the Public Affairs Manager for CN, and we're very proud to sponsor this event and this award. I would like to thank your honors for your participation and doing this year after year. It's very meaningful to those of Saskatchewan at all levels. I'd like to take a quick moment to also recognize that we are on Treaty 4 territory and homeland of the Métis, and thank all the distinguished guests that are here today. It's my pleasure to bring you greetings on behalf of the CN's 25,000 railroaders. Of more than 1,000 live here in the province. There are even more pensioners here in the province, and they live in some of your rural municipalities. They are your neighbors, volunteers, and members of the fabric of your society. Well, the trains that you are all probably very familiar with and want to talk to me about eagerly may move through your towns Sometimes it is not obvious the economic benefits that are brought to each rural municipality across the province. CN spends approximately $160 million in the province each year as part of our normal operations, which is spread out across the province's service providers, suppliers, and materials purchased. Over the past 3 years, CN has valued Saskatchewan, the economies here, and the people and communities. This is why we have invested more than a historic amount in capital infrastructure of $300 million, including double tracking and expanding the Melville Yard. The Melville Yard, now in Saskatchewan, is the 3rd largest CN yard in the prairies. I'd like to take a quick moment and thank SARM for having me and recognize that they are celebrating their 115th anniversary. Last year, CN celebrated their 100th anniversary. Yes, I know the railway's been around more than 100 years, but CN is celebrating their 100th anniversary. During these turbulent times, 100 years of history gives us perspective, and that is why CN is committed to continuing to invest in safety, technology, and innovation to provide safe and efficient service to those of you here and the industries in your municipalities. On that, I would like to thank you for having CN. Feel free to come visit us at booth 26, and I look forward to more interesting and lively conversations as I'm sure the 2 days will continue. Thanks again, and congratulations.
Thank you, Lindsay. What an honor to be recognized for such outstanding service, Colin, and congratulations once again. I'd just like to ask Colin, would you like to say a few words? There is a microphone, I believe it's live, down at the floor level.
Good morning. Good morning. Isn't Her Honor Lieutenant Governor and Mrs. Mirski, Mrs. Bromwell, President Orm, SARM Board of Directors, councillors, municipal staff, sponsors, and guests.
Up a little bit, just step forward a little bit. Good.
What an honor to stand before you today and receive the Lieutenant Governor's Award, SARM's highest honor. My 47 years on the Arm of Merit carried some of the fondest memories in my life. I truly enjoy my time in rural local government. I would like to thank my council and both past and current, for nominating me for this award and for the collaboration and support during my time on council. My tenure and success is due to our collective discussion, decision, and action in dealing with municipal of all matters. I would like to also thank and recognize our surrounding RNs for their willingness to collaborate and work together on many municipal matters in which we all benefit. I would like to thank the Army Merit staff for the excellent work and dedication to the community made by council and joint, and always the Army to be successful. Mostly important, I want to thank my family for the patience and encouragement and support of my 47 years on council and on the RM. I have truly enjoyed every moment of my municipal career. I would wish you all a fantastic convention, and once again, thank you for this highest honor in receiving the Lieutenant Governor's Award. I never in my almost 5 decades of council dreamed of receiving such an award. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you, Colin, and thank you, Lindsay, and thank you, Your Honor. I'd like now to take a moment to introduce some more special guests this morning. Please hold your applause until all the introductions have been made, and I'll ask each of them to stand when I mention their name. The first one is SARM past President Sinclair Harrison and past President Neil Hardy. From the Office of the Treaty Commissioner, Madame Commissioner Mary Culbertson. From the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations, Senator Roland Crow. From the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, President Bill Karsten. And Outreach and Engagement Advisor Jerry Hodge. From the Association of Manitoba Municipalities, Councillor Melanie Perrant. From the Provincial Association of Resort Communities of Saskatchewan, Director Marilyn Labatt. From the City of Prince Albert, Mayor Greg Dion. From the Saskatchewan Urban Municipalities Association, President Gordon Barnhart and Director Lee Finishin. From the Saskatchewan Assessment Management Agency, CEO Erwin Blank. From the Saskatchewan School Boards Association, President Sean Davidson. And from the Saskatchewan Conservation and Development Association, Chair Miles Wendell. Please join me in welcoming our special guests. Thank you. Notice I didn't use any acronyms, so this is a first for me. I'd like to take a special moment now to introduce your SARM board members, and please hold your applause until the entire board has been introduced as well. First of all, Vice President Carmen Sterling, Director Bill Huber, Division 1, Division 2 Director Norm Norgulin, Division 3 Director Larry Grant, and his wife Sherry. Sherry, would you stand? She's giving me the wave, so I'm not sure. There you go. Division 4, I get that a lot actually. Division 4 Director Harvey Milanowicz and his wife Stella. Division 5 Director Judy Harwood. Division 6 Director Darwin Whitfield and his wife Michelle. Ex officio Director Wendy Gouda. Executive Director Jay Meyer. And if you don't know who I'm Ray Arb, I'm the SARM President, and my wife Val is here as well. Ladies and gentlemen, your SARM board. Thank you. I'd like to ask Jay Meyer, SARM's Executive Director, to make a few announcements and finalize the agenda.
Good morning. Good morning to you all. There's a lot of people in the room today. It's nice to see. The weather's warming up. But you do have to bear with me just a few minutes, like most conventions, to give you a little bit particulars on what you're going to see and some updates. First off, you'll see the emergency exits, which are behind you as you leave, of course, the convention hall, as well as the washrooms. We're going to see some washrooms just to the right over here, the men's and the women to the left as you leave the convention hall, as well as down by the meeting rooms. But we do want to speak a little bit about reducing the risk of what's going on here with the coronavirus. In light of the outbreaks, we would like to remind everyone to take proper precautions. The best way to reduce your risk of exposure to sickness is to use the following basic hygiene precautions. Please wash your hands frequently with soap and water for 20 seconds. Use an alcohol-based hand rub if soap and water are not available, which we do have both of those in the convention hall. Please avoid touching your nose, mouth, and eyes if at all possible. Please cover your coughs and sneezes with a tissue or cough and sneeze into your upper sleeve. Clean your hands after coughing, sneezing, and blowing. A method to prevent spreading is also reducing the contact with people. So we ask if you could at all limit any handshaking if at all possible. We do have sanitation stations around the convention hall, mostly outside of the bathrooms. You'll see some by the water and the coffee. But we do have a convention app that I'm going to speak about. We do have a map for the sanitation stations on the convention app. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about registration. SARM is asking that all delegates and visitors please ensure to officially register themselves at the registration desk in the lobby outside the hall and to wear your name tags for the convention sessions that you attend. The registration desks are open throughout convention, but will be closed over the lunch hour from noon until 1. Please register if you haven't done so. This year, to increase efficiencies, we've asked RMs to send in a registration form prior to convention. 219 RMs utilized this registration method. That's awesome. All RMs that took advantage of this were entered to win a $500 credit to our Trading Services Department. So I'd like to congratulate the RM of Kelvington, number 366, for winning the credit. Registration ahead of the event allows us, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you to the RM of Kelvington and congratulations. But if we do register ahead of the event, it does allow us to be better prepared for a successful convention. So thank you to all those RMs that used the registration form. So lunches. A limited amount of lunch tickets will be available each day during the convention here at Evraz Place. For the first time, lunch tickets were offered for pre-purchase. Delegates are asked to purchase their lunch tickets in advance each day. Evraz will be selling tickets in the main foyer from 8 o'clock until 11 o'clock, Tuesday and Wednesday. Lunch can also be purchased from the concession on the lower level of the venue. Something new as well is Hockey Night in Saskatchewan. Pre-ordered tickets for the Hockey Night in Saskatchewan were included in your registration packages. There are a limited amount of tickets available for purchase also at the registration desk. Speak a little bit about the mobile app. So it's a little bit different and new for us this year. We've had apps in the past, but this one's quite neat. I looked on it last night and we had over 200 people on the app. I'm sure that has multiplied this morning. So please download the new free mobile app and get the most out of your convention experience. By signing up, you will have all information at your fingertips, and SARM has the ability to notify you of any last-minute changes or updates. 4 easy steps to access the app. 1, go to your app store and download the SARM Convention app. Once downloaded, you open the app and log in and create your profile. Then you start exploring. If you have any questions or need assistance with the app, please find our communications and marketing coordinator, Ashley, and she'll be happy to assist you. Once you have the app, you will notice at the bottom of the home screen a SARM Challenge section. The SARM Challenge will ask you questions and send you on the trade show floor to get codes, correct answers, and game codes, which will gain you points. The person with the most points at noon on Thursday will win a door prize, although you do need to be present to pick up that prize. For those who have already signed up here, here's a code for some extra points right now. So enter this code, SARM app, so SARMAPP, all smaller letters. Enter that into the code section of the challenges and receive additional points. So of course we do have Twitter. While we're talking about technology, for those of you who have Twitter, please follow us at SARM_voice for the day-to-day happenings within the association. If you are tweeting about the convention this week, please use hashtag SARMAnnual2020. This year we'll also be including the use of the social media wall, where selected tweets using the convention hashtag SARMAnnual2020 will be posted on the wall for everyone to see. Please share comments on the sessions and post photos using the convention hashtag to be featured on the wall. While the convention is in session, delegates are asked to be courteous and keep the table conversations to a minimal. Should the noise level get too high, a quiet please message will be flashing on the screen. We also ask that all cell phones be either turned off or put on silent. One of the biggest complaints that SARM receives in our convention feedback forums is typically excessive noise throughout the convention hall. Out of respect, we also ask you to remove your hats during the convention sessions or while you're in the convention hall and breakout sessions. So that with the trade show, please be sure to visit it. Participants of the trade show pay for a large portion of this convention, and that enables us to provide the convention at no direct cost to our delegates. This year, our show has 221 booths featuring 197 exhibitors. The trade show continues until Wednesday at 3:30. Names and winners of the trade show draws will be posted on draw boards near the tables in the southeast corner of the trade show by noon on Wednesday. Prizes can be picked up by taking your trade show winner's card directly to the exhibitor from which you won. speak a little bit about sponsors. You will notice tent cards on your tables listing the sponsors for our convention, as well as the sponsor slides on the screens during breaks. We appreciate their generous sponsorships in helping make our convention a success. So once again, we have our 50-50. We'll be selling 50-50 tickets with all proceeds going to STARS. Tickets are $2 each, or 3 for $5, and are available for purchase at the 50-50 table at the back of the hall. Your ticket must be in the room when we make the draw to win. The draw will take place Thursday morning at 11:35 following the STARS presentation. There will not be any bus service provided to and from the hotels for our main convention during the day. Busing was provided last night for our convention reception, and it will also be provided for the evening tomorrow night. Bus schedules are provided in your delegate bags, or you can ask our staff at the registration area for assistance if you have any questions. We do have a message center. The phone number for the message center is 306-791-5823. Messages will be taken at the SARM convention office. So a little bit about point of privilege procedures. The point of privilege process is as follows. A printed copy of a point of privilege resolution must be given to me no later than the end of Wednesday's scheduled agenda, which is 4:15 p.m. If you have a resolution you would like to consider, it can be delivered to myself, or even if you drop it off at the SARM convention office in the executive boardroom. At 9 a.m. on Thursday morning, the operative clause of each resolution will be presented to the delegates to determine if they will be dealt with. Resolutions receiving approval of 2/3 of the voting delegates shall be considered and dealt with immediately. We do have emergent resolution this year. You will notice on your tables there are copies of the emergent resolution submitted by the SARM Board of Directors. The emergent resolution will be the last resolution debated during the regular resolution session today. A copy has been sent to all RM offices prior to convention, and this resolution will be read in its entirety. So we'll talk a little bit about voting. Each RM is allowed 2 votes, or 2 voters, who were given electronic voting devices at the registration desk. The electronic voting device will be used to vote on resolutions and survey questions. The device will also be required to receive a ballot to vote in elections in division meetings. Please keep your device until the division meetings have concluded. Pursuant to the SARM bylaws, the deadline for nominations for SARM division directors was 5 p.m. on February 6, 2020. This date is 35 days prior to the date of the election. I would like to congratulate those who were acclaimed for the next 2 years, including Division 5 Director Judy Harwood and Division 1 Director Bill Huber. So thank you very much for putting your names forward, and let's congratulate these 2 individuals. Division 3 will see an election and will be held on Thursday, March 12th at 12 p.m. in Meeting Room 3. We have 2 nominees for the position of Director for Division 3. These nominees include current board member Larry Grant, who is the Reeve of the RM of Val-Marie, number 17, as well as Mark Hughes, the Reeve of the RM of Mary Creek, number 229. Please be reminded, for those who will be voting in Division 3 on Thursday, you will have to present your clickers to receive a ballot. We will be registering voters as they enter the room. Be sure not to lose your clicker devices, and remember to bring them with you each day at convention. A charge will be applied if devices are not returned. At the end of the convention, please turn in the convention survey, which you will find on page 54 of the resolution book. They can be dropped off on the tables located in the lobby outside the convention hall, or you can send them in to the SARM office. We will be making a draw for the submissions that we receive. Talk a little bit about the SARM plant health officers. Please stop by the trade show area and visit the SARM plant health officers. If your RM has questions or concerns about managing clubroot, invasive plants, rats, or other regulated pests, just stop in and see them. They are located in the ITC, Meeting Room 1. Our federal lobbyist with H&K Strategies has joined us for convention, and we would be happy to have you meet with them informally. This is a great opportunity to ask them any questions about priorities of the federal government, what to expect in a possible upcoming federal election, how rural Saskatchewan aligns with programs and priorities, or even just to learn about their lobby efforts and how the processes work. You can meet Hill and Knowlton by going to the convention office in the executive boardroom to book a time. The convention office has been moved to the executive boardroom just down the stairs outside the main convention hall. So if you leave the convention hall, you just go down the stairs and you take a quick left, we're right there. We're just on the middle platform there. Last but not least, we do have the Leader of the Opposition, Andrew Scheer, joining us today at 12:30 p.m. Initially, he was to speak at the registration last night, but his schedule had changed, and he's now joining us in the convention hall at 12:30 today. So right now, I'd like to thank you all for attending. Let's have a great 3 days together, and I'd like to turn it over to President Orb. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Jay. So I'd like to introduce the Honorable Marianne Monsef, who is the Minister for Women and Gender Equality and the Rural Economic Development Minister. She'll be providing greetings via video today. So Minister Monsef is the first woman to be elected in the federal riding of Peterborough, Kawartha, the first Afghan-Canadian member of Parliament in Canada's history, and the first Muslim to serve as a federal cabinet minister. Recognized by Apolitical as one of the top 20 most influential people in gender policy for the past few years, Minister Monsef has helped to shape the conversation about gender equality on the national and global stage. She has led the Canadian delegation to the United Nations Commission of the Status of Women since 2017, representing Canada at the World Bank, and was instrumental in bringing discussions of gender equality to the table at the World Economic Forum. She is committed to giving back to her community and to her country. She is an alumna of Trent University and speaks English, Farsi, and Dari. Welcome, Minister Monsef, via video.
Hello everyone, I'm Mariam Monsef, your Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Rural Economic Development. I wish I could be there with you in person as I'm one of several voices representing rural Canada at the Cabinet table. Our government recognizes your important work and that rural communities like the ones represented by you are critical to Canada's well-being and economic success. When small communities succeed, all of Canada is stronger. As a Member of Parliament for Peterborough-Kawartha, a mixed rural-urban riding, I know firsthand the challenges and opportunities that exist in rural communities. You are on the front lines of dealing with climate change, ensuring community safety and delivering critical services, all while working to create a strong and diverse local economy. You take care of each other and you are innovating every day. We will always support you in that work. Our partnership has already achieved real outcomes in Saskatchewan through the Investing in Canada plan, for example. Our government's invested more than $1.3 billion across the province. And there is more funding available, including over $150 million in dedicated funding for rural communities. We will soon be launching the Universal Broadband Fund, which is supporting our pledge to connect all Canadians to high-speed internet, and I will be sharing more details on that program with you in the coming months. I wish you all the best for a productive annual convention and look forward to working with you to build an even stronger Saskatchewan.
Okay, thank you. So next, I'd like to introduce the Honorable Laurie Carr. She's Minister of Government Relations. Laurie was elected MLA for Estevan in the April 4th, 2016 provincial election. In August of 2019, she was appointed Minister of Government Relations, Minister responsible for First Nations, Métis and Northern Affairs, and Minister responsible for the Provincial Capital Commission. Minister Carr lives in Estevan with her partner Bart, and she has spent 20 years working as a licensed assistant in a financial planning office. In her spare time, she loves to travel and be with family and friends. Please welcome Minister Carr.
Which one do you want me at? Send it Lori. Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for that introduction, Ray. I would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is Treaty 4 territory and home of the Métis. It's an honor to be here today on behalf of Premier Scott Moe and the Government of Saskatchewan to join you in SARM's convention. I would also like to recognize His Honor, the Honorable Russ Morasti, Lieutenant Governor of Saskatchewan, who spoke to you during the opening ceremonies. Regina Mayor Michael Fougere, FCM President Bill Karsten, RMAA President Wendy Gouda, and SARM President Ray Orb, of course. And last but not least, all of you, the leaders from rural Saskatchewan who traveled from across this great province to gather here in Regina this week. Having previously had the opportunity to serve on a municipal council, I appreciate your hard work and commitment to your communities. SARM plays the valuable role of bringing together local leaders and other stakeholders. This contributes to productive relationships, bringing clarity and common voice to common issues. This was important when SARM was founded more than a century ago and continues to be important today. Under our government's new growth plan, we have a strategy for the years ahead. To reach our goal, we recognize that rural Saskatchewan is a very vital partner. That's why this morning I'd like to cover a few very key topics, and they are our government's investment in your communities through the Municipal Revenue Sharing Program, what we're doing to provide better tools for councils and citizens when it comes to good governance, why cooperation and working together as rural, urban, and Indigenous communities is so important, and our commitment to the infrastructure needed for your communities. But first, I'd like to take a moment to comment on something that emerged from last month's SUMA conference. And you may have noticed I'm using the name SUMA in my speech here today. Our government believes in not interfering in independent operations of either SARM or SUMA. That said, both organizations must comply with their incorporating legislation. If either organization wishes to undertake a fundamental change, like a name change, we would expect that organizations have a mandate from its members. And that is exactly what we have asked SUMA to do, a mandate from their members for the name change. So until that mandate is received, the legislation is amended and they are final. The Saskatchewan Urban Municipals Association remains as the Saskatchewan Urban Municipals Association. So let's get to the business that we're here for today. Under our administration, you've seen provincial funding for municipal revenue sharing programs increase. Funds transferred through the program went from about $127 million in 2007-8 to about $251 million in 2019-20. That's about a 98% increase. And as you may have heard, it's set to rise again this year. In 2020-21, the overall funding amount for the Municipal Revenue Sharing Program will grow to $278 million. That's nearly an 11% increase total for the program, or close to $27 million in total funding next fiscal year when compared to the current one. And the 2020-21 provincial funding will be set to be the largest ever municipal revenue sharing program. In other words, it's a new record. And just on the municipal revenue sharing program, while I had my opportunity to serve on my local council for 10 years, at the very beginning, we didn't have municipal revenue sharing as it's set up today. And there was always that uncertainty. How much money are we going to get from the provincial government? How are we going to plan our budgets? You know, how do you move forward effectively when there are just so many uncertainties? So I'm very proud of the program that was implemented under the Saskatchewan Party government, and very pleased to see that it will be here for this year and a few years to come. So the program is reliable, stable, and predictable for municipalities so that they can plan ahead. The funding formula is based on 3/4 of 1 point of provincial sales tax revenue. And I know there's a little bit more wiggle room with the formula for rural municipalities and the way your road system work. And that's the best part of it, is we've adapted the program to fit all municipalities in Saskatchewan. And this provincial funding can be invested as you see fit. No strings attached. Municipal revenue sharing supports local priorities and projects, a true cornerstone for growth. The province's revenue sharing program is there to help your municipality as we move into this new decade. As well as introduced last year, $1.5 million from the total amount for the municipal revenue sharing program will be invested in targeted sector support initiative for municipalities. In the fall of 2019, the Ministry of Government Relations tested an online process for municipalities to declare their eligibility for municipal revenue sharing program grants. In 2021, this will move to full implementation. Although these grants will continue to have no strings attached on how they are spent, eligibility requirements for them will have to be met to receive the funding. Meaning, if municipalities do not fulfill specific requirements or do not complete their declaration in time, their grants may be withheld until they meet these criteria. The eligibility requirements include submission of an annual audited statement, submission of water work reporting if applicable, collecting and submitting of education property tax, adoption of a council procedures bylaw, and council members filling and annually updating their public disclosure statements with their municipalities. These steps are designed to support municipalities by consistently providing their citizens with transparent and strong governance. We are also moving forward with accountability measures within our legislation. In the fall of 2019, following consultation with stakeholders, our government introduced Bill 194. It will amend the 3 provincial acts governing municipalities to ensure the current needs of municipalities and the citizens that they serve are met. If passed, the majority of the amendments would come into force in the spring. The proposed amendments will better protect municipal employees from reprisal, reprimand, or dismissal for reporting wrongdoing to a person or authority that has power to investigate. Require all municipalities to prepare and post public accounts, like cities currently do, at a future date to be set in regulation. This will allow time for consultation with our stakeholders. These changes would also add the ability for the Government Relations Minister to act on a report of the Information of Privacy Commissioner and the Minister of Labour Relations and Workplace Safety. This would be similar to the existing ability to act on an investigation by the Provincial Ombudsman. I want to thank SARM, SUMA, New North, and other stakeholders for their collaboration and input, which helped develop these amendments, as well as their work with our government on the Targeted Sector Support Initiative I mentioned earlier. The Targeted Sector Support project applications for municipalities closed this last week on March the 6th. This is a relatively new concept, and I'd like to thank those communities that put forward proposals for consideration. The $1.5 million under the initiative is to support innovative ideas from municipalities that advance priority areas such as good governance and inter-community collaboration. Communities working together as partners across a region can advance prosperity and address common needs. Your leadership in reaching out to rural and urban and Indigenous communities is important. Your leadership is so important in all of these things, and I encourage you to explore potential opportunities for voluntary regional cooperation with your neighbors, because getting to know each other is how we build relationships and how we will continue to build this great province. It is these relationships and partnerships that will position your communities to meet the demands of today and our next generation. For example, Waterwolf, a district planning commission south of Saskatoon. In total, it consists of 32 members, including 1 First Nation, 6 towns, 15 villages, 1 resort village, and 9 rural municipalities. Working together, shared services such as water, sewer, emergency planning, bylaw enforcement officers, building inspectors, and bylaw creation. Waterwolf has the goal of providing a one-stop shop for developers in the region. In other words, it's not about winning arguments or losing autonomy. It truly is about meeting common needs with common sense. So I encourage you to take advantage of upcoming regional cooperation workshops hosted by the Ministry of Government Relations and learn more about this. Keep an eye out for the dates and details about upcoming sessions in municipalities today. After all, collaborative working arrangements can help foster improved relationships with local and regional neighbors, more efficient use of resources, more cost-effective services provided for citizens, and better leverage of funding from other levels of government. Take the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. It saw the government of Saskatchewan secure more than $896 million in federal funding over 10 years. Saskatchewan's latest project application intake for ISIP program opened in December. As part of that submission process, community leaders are encouraged to work together to consider submitting projects that can serve citizens of a region in order to maximize available infrastructure under that program. For more details and to submit your applications, I invite you to visit saskatchewan.ca. Remember, the intake deadline of March 31st is quickly approaching. I also want to highlight some of the exciting tools, well, exciting for some people, but these tools are designed as resources for elected officials, administrators, to help problem solve and strengthen these relationships. The first tool is the Municipal Peer Network. It is a partnership involving the Ministry of Government Relations, SARM, SUMA, Urban Municipal Administrators Association of Saskatchewan, and the Rural Municipal Administrators Association of Saskatchewan. And I know when I spent my time as administrator at a financial planning office for 20 years, it was tools like that that I truly did find exciting that helped make my job easier. So I encourage all of you to take the opportunity to look at them. This network of experienced administrators and elected officials can provide advice to peers to help resolve complex issues or conflicts. Whether you are new to local government or a veteran public servant, help and advice is available if needed. So just visit saskpeernetwork.org. Also, our ministry's advisory services has 10-minute trainers, a free online tool to help expand the knowledge of counselors and administrators. These 10-minute trainers include short videos and questions designed to engage municipalities in discussions about local issues. The training can be easily completed as a group before or after a council meeting and is designed for busy schedules. I'd strongly suggest that you do them at the beginning of your meeting because, as we all know, by the end of the meeting, we're all just ready to go home. And don't forget to visit our government relations staff and ministry at SARM's trade show booth if you want to chat with someone in person. Please remember to read the latest edition of our online newsletter, Municipalities Today, specifically designed to provide municipalities with timely information to support local governments with their work. It is emailed directly to municipalities every month, or you can just simply visit saskatchewan.ca for the latest edition. In closing, I would truly like to thank you for the invitation here today. Having spent time on council, I understand the time commitments, the time away from your family, and the huge job that you have in your municipality. So just thank you to each and every one of you for that time commitment and the passion that you have for your municipalities. So by coming here together, we're going to achieve shared goals. We can continue to position our communities for the next decade of growth, and thank you very much. Thanks, Ray.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Thank you, Minister Carr. So I'm pleased now to introduce His Worship Michael Fougere, Mayor of Regina, to bring greetings on behalf of the City of Regina. Michael was elected as Regina's 34th mayor in 2012, and in his tenure he has led City Council on files like homelessness, reconciliation, and economic development. And under his leadership, the city has made significant progress on major infrastructure improvements, including the creation of the residential road renewal plan, the construction of a modernized, more efficient wastewater treatment plant, and the Regina Revitalization Initiative. Please join me in welcoming Mayor Fougere.
Good morning, everyone. Pleased to be here, Your Honor, Minister Carr, President Orb, special guests, ladies and gentlemen. I bring greeting on behalf of Regina City Council, and I want to first start by acknowledging that we are in Treaty 4 territory in the homeland of the Métis. You know, some of the previous speakers talked about the potential of our province, and I think that that's a good place to start. We have boundless potential in our province. And I think working together with respect to economic development, regionally speaking, I think is really an important touchstone of how we can work together. We do have differences of how we look at policy and positions, and that diversity will give us strength as we move forward. But if we want to provide a quality of life and grow our economy and our people, our citizens, and our opportunities for growth and exporting, economic development, regionally speaking, is really foundational. Our quality of life is second to none. We live in the best province in Canada, again, with great potential, no doubt about that. In some ways, we have a lot more in common than we focus on. And I'll speak in terms of infrastructure renewal, you know, pipelines, energy, getting our products to market, developing our economy are all different perspectives that are important to talk about as we move forward together. So I know your deliberations as leaders in your communities and administrators around the province. You'll be spending the next 3 days talking about how you can improve both your own rural municipality, but how we can actually work in the province together. So I wish you well in your deliberations. I know there's some issues that we're talking about that are hard to handle, and we grow and benefit from those very powerful discussions. So on behalf of Regina City Council, I want to thank you for having your convention here this year. Thank you for the work you do each and every day to build our province, and have a wonderful Regina Day. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor Fougere. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our next guest, President, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Bill Karsten. Bill is a councillor for the Halifax Regional County, and Nova Scotia is a long way from home right now. I appreciate President Karsten traveling to be here today. He was first elected to council in 2004 and has since been re-elected 3 times, representing Dartmouth South Eastern Passage. In 2016, Bill was elected FCM 3rd Vice President by municipal leaders across the country. Bill has lived in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia for 40 years, and he and his wife Muriel are proud parents of 2 daughters and 3 granddaughters. Please welcome President Karsten.
Thank you very much, Ray. Much appreciated. I thought I'd get a great big round of applause for 3 grandchildren. Yay! Aren't they an important part of our life, eh? And I know I only have limited time, but I got to tell you this very quickly before I start that I wasn't going to go away with my wife south this year at all. We'd made commitment because of all the added responsibilities of FCM, etc. But my 13-year-old granddaughter came up to me at Christmas time, and she looked at me, she said, "Grandpa," she said, "do you remember when I was 10, you promised me you'd take me south with you when I was 13? So guess what? The end of March, we're going south for a week. So thank you very much, Ray, to the SARM board and your staff for the invite here today. It's so important for us to have a chat about what FCM is doing on your behalf across this province and across the country. And I'd also like to begin by acknowledging, as every speaker has done, that we are gathered today and meeting on Treaty 4 territory. Your Honor, thank you for your comments in regards to reconciliation. I'd love to have the time to share some of the incredible successes that are happening from coast to coast, some amazing stories of accord and bondship and friendships that are starting, but you are 100% correct that we have much more work to be done. So I am pleased to be with you here this morning, folks, to acknowledge that day in and day out, people like yourselves in this room are, in fact, building communities and building better lives for the people and residents you serve. As the order of government closest to daily life, we are on the front lines of people's everyday hopes and their challenges. FCM is proud that rural, remote, and northern communities make up almost 80% of FCM's membership. So thank you for your continued support on what we do nationally. I'm also proud of the work that FCM and SARM Ray are doing together to give Saskatchewan's rural communities a voice. Our partnership is made stronger with representation like your President Ray Orb and by Vice President Carmen Sterling, who serve on FCM board and committees. In fact, which I'll touch on a little later in my remarks, Ray is the chair of FCM's hugely important rural forum, and for that, Ray, we thank you immensely. Ray and Carmen and all our board members from Saskatchewan, thank you so much for your leadership on the national stage. So folks, can you join me in extending a round of applause for your members? My friends, we are just weeks, or in fact possibly less, from the next federal budget. Budget 2020 is an opportunity for this federal minority government to show that it can get things done for Canadians. So, last week in Quebec, FCM released our Budget 2020 recommendations. Our proposals for this budget offers a very clear path and practical ways to empower communities to deliver for Canadians and deliver in a way that they can see and feel. Of course, that includes Canada's rural communities. I don't need to tell anyone here how essential rural Canada is to our economy and to the quality of life that was also alluded to. You drive with your colleagues from coast to coast in the rural sector, you drive nearly 1/3 of Canada's GDP and are home to key industries, including but not limited to agriculture and natural resources. In budgets past, FCM secured important gains for rural communities, from doubling last year's federal gas tax fund transfer, which brought in an additional $61 million for Saskatchewan's communities, to major commitments to bring universal broadband internet to every rural home and business in Canada. This year, my friends, through the budget process, we need to keep that momentum going. That's what FCM's budget recommendations, including specific proposals tailored to rural priorities and realities, does, like supporting rural mobility solutions, from regional bus service to safer rail crossings, and empowering smaller communities to adapt to extreme weather conditions, and engaging municipalities directly in the launch of the Universal Broadband Fund that Minister Monsef alluded to in this video. We need to be at the table to shape how that rolls out, and that is one of the key points that FCM brings to the federal government. FCM also continues to urge the federal government to bring a rural lens, a rural umbrella, a rural view to all of its decision-making. In Budget 2020 and beyond, because if we're going to build a stronger Canada, rural realities and expertise needs to be at the table. Do I have an amen for that? Quiet bunch here this morning. No, let me repeat that and really digest what that means. If we're going to build a stronger Canada, rural realities and your expertise needs to be at the table. Today, my friends, I also want to address something that I know is top of mind to everyone in this room. I've talked to some in the hall first thing this morning, and it's the first subject that was brought up. And I'm talking about the economic uncertainty that is facing so many of your communities in Western Canada. We at FCM and you every day see the people in your communities losing their livelihoods, losing their homes, and their hopes, in fact, for a brighter future. As your national voice, I want you to know, and do more than that, I want you to internalize and believe that we at FCM understand, or at least come as close to understanding what you're going through as we possibly can. And we're here to support you. That's why we have struck collectively at FCM, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Western Economic Solutions Task Force, also known as WEST. This task force just started, put together by some brainstorming, some collaboration in the FCM policy network, was just started in November. This task force brings together rural and urban municipal leaders from all 4 Western provinces. President Orb is on the task force, along with Randy Goulden from Saskatoon, Darren Hill, Mayor Charlie Clark, and Mayor of Regina, Michael Fougere, all those members from Saskatchewan, so you are well represented on West. Together, we're driving concrete solutions to helping struggling communities, and we're bringing your voice direct to Ottawa. Someone asked me, how did West start? It was pretty evident after the last federal election that Western Canada needed a bridge or a voice to connect them direct with Ottawa, and that is what West is aiming to do. Our task force has already, in just very short months, brought forward 3 near-term recommendations to drive immediate progress in struggling communities, particularly in Saskatchewan and Alberta, but also Manitoba. 1, from compensating farmers for the cost of carbon pricing on grain drying. That is number 1 recommendation, and we want to see that in this budget, and that's our call to the federal government. To creating much-needed jobs by supporting the faster reclamation of abandoned oil and gas wells. The expertise is there. The wells that are orphaned and abandoned need to be worked on. We have the expertise. We need the federal money, and that is our call for this federal budget. To creating number 3, a new infrastructure fund for communities in oil and gas regions. This budget is, in fact, groundbreaking in terms of our immediate asks for one region. Our task force will continue working once this budget is approved to find longer-term solutions to help your communities grow thrive, and prosper. Because, folks, think about it. From Minister, you represented and mentioned being a counselor. The counselors and reeves in this room, that's what we do every day. We are problem solvers. We do it pragmatically. We do it every day to make the lives of the residents in our communities better. It's how we get results, and it's how we're approaching the challenges we face. All of us have a stake in building a stronger and united Canada. We ask you to please learn more about our task force and shape your input at a survey that we have at fcm.ca/west. My friends, when big politics seems so distant from the people we serve, from their everyday hopes and challenges, what better way to empower Canadians than to empower the governments, you who are closest to their daily lives? That is our message. Make no mistake about it, this country's future lies in the communities where Canadians live, work, raise their families. So let's continue working together to strengthen the federal-municipal relationship and partnership, and to ensure local leaders have the right tools to get more done. Because with modern tools and a seat at the table, we can build the Canada that Canadians deserve. Thank you very much for having me. Thanks, Ray. Have a wonderful conference.
Thank you, Bill. And as I said, we really appreciate the work that President Karsten does and his dedication to FCM and to the betterment of this country. So I'd like to ask President Wendy Gowda from the Rural Municipal Administrative Association to bring greetings on behalf of the RMAA to come forward. Wendy is no stranger to SARM or to the RMAA. She was elected president of the RMAA board in 2015, following 1 year as vice president and 8 years as director for Division 5, and currently represents SARM as director ex officio. Please give a warm welcome to Wendy.
Can I move these down? Good morning, special guests and delegates. Today, I'd like to talk to you about the role of our association, introduce the people that comprise our executive, and inform you of the important work that we undertake on an ongoing basis. Our association plays an important role in the province through its connection with SARM, a number of ministries of the province, and the University of Regina. We represent rural stakeholders on a number of committees, such as the Rural Advisory to SAMA, the Local Government Authority Program Advisory, the Municipal Program and Services Steering Committee, Asset Management Saskatchewan, the Municipal Employees Pension Plan, the Municipal Administrator Intern Program, and the Peer Network Committee, for which we thank Donna Timiak and Don McCallum for contributing as network peers. We are routinely invited to review and comment on proposed legislation, and we thank the ministries for their consideration in providing us this opportunity. In addition to the foregoing, we maintain committees of an internal nature, such as the Professional Development, Discipline, and Board of Examiners. As I refer to the activities of the RMAA, I must acknowledge the contributions of the members of our executive board in meeting the challenges and responsibilities that we tend to each year. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our team. It is also appropriate to acknowledge the councils that support the participation of their administrator on our executive board. In recognition, as I now introduce the members of our executive, I wish to ask that the council members who are present from each of our members' RMs to also stand and remain standing until all of the RMA board members and the respective councils have been acknowledged. Sheila Kiesig, Director for Division 1, Administrator for the RM of Tollymet, number 216 at Balcarres, and her council. Mike Wurges, Division 2, RM of Moose Jaw, number 161 at Moose Jaw, and his council. Linda Bozer, Division 3, RM of Swift Current, number 137 at Swift Current, and her council. Barry Havidston, Division 4, RM of Keys, number 303 at Kenora, and his council. Doran Scott, Division 5, RM of Blucher, number 343 at Bradwell, and his council. Michelle Beekler, Division 6, RM of Peyton, number 470 at Peyton, and her council. And no introduction is required for Ray Orb, who sits on behalf of ex officio to our board, and I believe there's some of his council are here as well. Guy Legrandier, Vice President, RM of Redburn, number 130 at Rollo, and his council. And Tim Lur, our immediate past president, is unable to be here today, from Kelvington. Rose Zimmer, Executive Director, RM of Wolseley, number 155 at Wolseley, and her council. And Jill Palachuk is Secretary to the Board of Examiners, the RM of Marriott, number 317, and Pleasant Valley, number 288, who we heard of earlier this morning. The Board of Office inspectors as well do good work for our association. Retiring is Donna Strudwick, who has provided exemplary service to this position, Terry Lynn Zahara, and newly appointed Gwen Johnston. Last but not least, it is my pleasure to acknowledge my own council members from the RM of Leroy. Holding the position as president of this association would not be possible without the support, cooperation, and flexibility of the council that I serve. Thank you, everybody, for your dedication to the RMAA. With the gas tax agreement, in addition, for specific reporting of planned investing and gas tax allocation, municipalities have been tiered by population and by specific dates are required to submit reports to ensure they make progress towards achieving the asset management goal. Asset Management Saskatchewan, with funding from FCM and Saskatchewan Municipal Associations, is leading the charge in providing asset management training. Registration is currently being accepted for a 3-day training, which will provide attention to levels of service, risk, demand forecast, life cycle costing, and developing an asset management plan. I would like to remind councils of the benefit and of the challenge this brings to your municipality, along with the additional time and effort necessary for your administrator to commit to this work, and of the importance of being compliant with the gas tax agreement. The RMAA works to promote interest into the profession of local government administration and to engage high school students to see RM administration as a viable career. We have partnered with Agriculture in the Classroom in the Think Ag Career and Education Expo at the Western Canada Agribition by providing an opportunity for approximately 200 high school students to interact with RM administrators and learn about this career path. Additionally, many RM administrators participate in local high school career days. We feel this to be an important step in recruiting, as we may be able to convince this group to consider a career in RM administration and in staying in rural Saskatchewan. We thank SARM for the recognition and ongoing support of the strategy behind this work. Too often, we hear of those municipalities having difficulty acquiring and retaining certified administrators. To this, we cannot overemphasize the importance of a healthy relationship between an administrator and his or her council. Good governance can be a reflection of these relationships, And as municipal governance becomes more complex, the need for council, administrator, functional operation, and professional development, especially in areas of roles, responsibilities, governance, policy, and communication, continues to grow. We encourage councillors and administrators to take advantage of the many webinar and seminar opportunities held throughout this year, as well as attend conventions such as this. I'd like to spend a few moments on the topic of the salary schedule. As most of you know, RMAA and SARM come to an agreement annually as to a suggested salary guide for administrators. In the process of doing so, each respective board provides endorsement of the schedule and recognizes it as being fair compensation for an average rural municipality. This schedule is used as a guide by most RM councils in negotiating wages with their respective administrator. It should be noted that the salary guide is intended to be a starting point or a baseline for individual negotiations. In those RM offices that have a heavier workload due to local circumstances, the salary guide does not, nor is it intended to be, a carved-in-stone schedule. A majority of council pay the annual RMA membership on behalf of their administrator. That membership pays for our organization to be involved in important committee work on your behalf. Councils recognize that the continued involvement of the RMAA ultimately benefits rural municipalities and rural residents. In view of this, we want to thank each of our councils for this important benefit. The University of Regina Extension Division provides the education requirements for RM administration and certification. As a response to needs of the sector, an additional 5th class has been introduced to this program, which is meant to provide an overview of the skills necessary to become an effective manager in local government today. Topics for this course include an introduction to public sector management, effective leadership, essential management functions such as strategic thinking, financial analysis, power and influence, negotiation and managing conflict, team building and motivation, communicating effectively, service quality, and human resource policies. The 100th annual convention of the RMAA will be held in Regina in May with a theme of honoring the past, treasuring the present, and shaping the future. A commemorative yearbook has been compiled by directors Kiesig, Bozer, and Beekler. Participation by RM administrators is highly encouraged, as attendance contributes to annual professional development credits and the ongoing requirement for maintaining certification as a rural municipal administrator. Gratitude is extended to individual councils for providing resources for your RM administrator to attend this event. It is with great pleasure I am announcing that the Rural Municipal Administrators Association in May bestow the RMAA's highest honor, the Lou Jacobs Award, on Rodney Shetler, CEO of SMHI. Rodney has been involved with and is a supporter of rural municipalities, RM administrators, and local government administration in Saskatchewan for 33 years, with a beginning as a municipal administrator trainee in the RM of Lakeside in 1987, prior to joining Municipal Hale as Assistant CEO and holding this position until 2009, when he was appointed as CEO. During that time, Rodney has provided guidance and support to our entire membership. We look forward to honoring Rodney at the official ceremony during our annual convention. As announced to the Board of Directors of the RMAA, this is my last year as president to the association and ex officio to SARM. I would be remiss if I did not mention my appreciation to each of the SARM Board of Directors, both current and former, and to SARM Executive Director Jay Meyer and his staff for their professional commitment to the work that they do in support of the membership, the SARM organization, and for working with the RMAA on all matters of mutual interest. Finally, I take this opportunity to extend a thank you to all council members for pursuing leadership in municipal governance and taking on the important work of overseeing the management of your municipality. Your presence here today demonstrates your commitment and contribution to rural Saskatchewan and to your community, which is acknowledged and valued. Thank you for your attention. I wish you a great convention. I hope you have many takeaways from dialogue with your neighbors, attendance at the trade show, and the informative sessions yet to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. So I have a quick announcement here. We have a work truck in the parking lot with its lights on. So if you know this license plate, if it's your truck, the license number is 392CDP. So your lights are on if this is your truck. So it's my pleasure now to introduce SARM's president, Ray Orb, who needs no introduction, but he has served on the SARM board since 2004 and was elected as president of SARM in 2014. SARM sits on over a dozen committees representing the best interests of our members. He is also chair of the Rural Forum for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. And when Ray isn't juggling meetings, media calls, traveling, and other duties, he enjoys spending time with his family, fishing, and watching movies. So please join me in welcoming SARM's president, Ray Orb.
Thank you, Carmen. Welcome to everyone to attending the SARM 115th Annual Convention. It's great for everyone to be here today. I really appreciate the fact that we have had such a great turnout here. We've got so many MLAs here, cabinet ministers as well, and many other dignitaries. So I just want to recognize that. I'm not going to name them all, but over the next day or two, I hope you can meet them. There's also a special friend here today, a special friend of mine, Senator Roland Crow. I'm just going to ask Senator Crow to stand again. He's the former chief of the FSIN. Thank you. He's the former chief of the Piapot First Nations, and he is a neighbor of mine. Senator Crow is here today for a special reason. More than 25 years ago, Chief Crow was a signatory to the Saskatchewan Treaty Land Entitlement Act that was co-signed by the federal government, the province of Saskatchewan. For his commitment to the betterment of the First Nations, to the province of Saskatchewan, he received the Saskatchewan Order of Merit in 1985. Roland had a great idea. He recently issued a request to SARM to meet with some SARM directors and business leaders in this province to discuss common interests with the idea of moving a path forward for all of us, an idea that was appealing to us and should be appealing to everyone in this province. It's more important now than ever that we show mutual respect and a necessity to demonstrate that SARM and First Nations leaders and business leaders can work together in this province. I hope that we can collaborate to attract and retain business in this province. So we'll be moving ahead later this month with that meeting. There are so many important issues that are affecting our country and our province and, of course, our municipalities, and I'd like to discuss some of them this morning. And I've talked to many of you before this meeting. I know we have a lot on our minds. More recently, the coronavirus is something we're concerned about. Jay Meyer talked a bit about that. We've been monitoring the spread of the disease. I hope we haven't been spreading it. Very hard not to do. But we know that it originated in China, spread from country to country, including Canada. And we're urging everyone to take their precautions and follow the proper protocols as outlined by the Saskatchewan's Chief Public Health Officer. We're obviously concerned about the public's health, but we're also concerned about the effect this is having on our communities. And we're also concerned about the economy as well. We were particularly dismayed when we saw the issue of illegal railway blockades unfolding in front of us. From the time, February 6th to 24th, there were severe disruptions in resource-based community deliveries, including grain, especially on the West Coast, Prince Rupert, and Vancouver. This is being compounded by the after effects that we're still feeling from the CN strike and the upcoming road ban season with the outlook for an early spring thaw. So we know that the grain handling transportation system is in recovery mode, and it is estimated that the backlog won't be fully dealt with till August, which is actually the beginning of the next crop year. Farmers are the collateral damage because of this. And it's not acceptable that our farmers must endure this kind of hardship. We really needed the Prime Minister to step in sooner. What happened is still affecting the financial well-being of our farmers, and our reputation as a reliable producer of grain and other commodities is being eroded by our lack of consistent rail delivery. While SARM believes in respectful consultation with all parties involved within industry, we also believe that the government must be proactive in resolving illegal blockades and demand that law enforcement impose the rule of law. So speaking of agriculture, I've continued to lobby the federal government to provide relief to farmers on the rebate of the carbon tax on grain drying and to speed up the process on the review of agri-stability. We traveled to Ottawa last month in the hope of convincing the government to provide such relief to our farmers in the federal budget, which will be tabled later this month. On the issue of strychnine, many of you heard about this in the news. I'm sure we were recently informed that the Federal Pesticide Management Agency issued a statement that the registration for strychnine will be discontinued and that it will be phased out over the next 3 years. So just to be clear, the PMRA proposed to cancel the registration of 2% maximum liquid strychnine concentrate and to require the removal of ground squirrel use from the label of SARM gopher poison RTU. So we knew the chemical was under review since 2018 and tried to convince the PMRA that strychnine is the safest and the most effective control for the Richardson ground squirrel that's currently available. So we were pleased that our provincial Ministry of Agriculture completed a study on the RM of Maple Creek last year that confirmed what we believed all along. However, the PMRA has chosen instead to dispute the findings of the research study and to base their decision more on anecdotal reports of secondary poisoning. And we plan on challenging the findings of that decision, and we'll be appealing to the province to do the same. So as FCM President Karsten has stated, SARM is involved with the Western Economic Solutions Task Force, and we are pleased that FCM has struck this committee. Last year, SARM presented a resolution that was passed at an FCM Board of Directors meeting that asked FCM to support all energy infrastructure that includes pipeline development. We also asked that if any region experienced economic harm, which is what's happening in Western Canada now, the FCM should step in and help. FCM has stepped in. FCM is helping. And as President Carson mentioned, in effect, we are being a bridge between Western Canada and the federal government. And the first test of West will be the upcoming federal budget. So I think this is an important time for us to talk about what SARM stands for. We are the association that represents all 296 rural municipalities in this province. And we champion the value of rural Saskatchewan and understand the unique challenges and opportunities that exist in all of our RMs. We are unique that we have both an agriculture mandate and a municipal mandate. We have been the voice of rural Saskatchewan for 115 years and continue to work hard to be that voice. We promote intermunicipal cooperation. We believe in the power of working with our rural, urban, and First Nations neighbors. We support the RMs who wish to join their neighbors in forming municipal districts according to the legislation that is in place, SARM will not stand in the way of RMs working together to form municipal districts, but we will still stand up for rural municipalities when we believe their best interests aren't being served. We strongly feel this is the case when it comes to SUMA's proposed name change. We know that it is not confusing to members of the FCM that we represent rural municipalities in this province, nor is it confusing to members of Parliament or their staff in all political parties in Ottawa that we represent rural municipalities in this province. But what is confusing is that Saskatchewan Urban Municipality Association made the decision to change their name to the Municipalities of Saskatchewan. This implies that there's only one municipal association in this province representing all municipalities, which simply is not true. We are diverse. We have urban municipalities and we have rural municipalities. We have SARM and we have SUMA, and that's the way we believe it should be. So the SARM board has put together a resolution on this topic that will be debated later today. And in the interest of maintaining a strong rural voice, we ask for your support. Because working together is the key to forging ahead, I need to stress the power of partnerships. And SARM continues to build partnerships that serve rural municipalities, and we have good relationships with several organizations, such as the Rural Municipal Administrators Association, the RMA board, and the SARM board complement each other. The presidents sit as ex officio members on each other's boards. Our relationship with the Saskatchewan Stock Growers, Saskatchewan Cattlemen's, APAS, Saskatchewan Municipal Hail Insurance demonstrates our ability to work together on issues facing our farmers and our producers. Our partnership with the First Nations Power Authority is growing. We have signed an MOU to work with the FNPA and the U of S to work at an advisory capacity with RMs to help the province achieve the goal of 50% renewable by 2030. We have strengthened our voice through our partnership with the Western Canadian Municipal Association, made up of municipal associations in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, including rural and urban associations. We have a strong partnership with FCM as board members, committee members, and as chair of the FCM Rural Forum. We understand the role, partnerships, and relationships in all the work that we do. SARM is a respected and valued association, and we plan to stay that way. That brings my address to a close, and I hope that you will enjoy the convention. Thank you very much. So, we're going to try something before we break for lunch. We've got to make sure that the clickers that you have, if you're a voting delegate, you have a clicker that's been assigned to you. We need to make sure that those clickers vote. They work for you. So I'm gonna call Brandon to come up here to help me with this. Just quickly, so get your clickers ready. Wherever Brandon is. Brandon's coming up here. Okay.
Just get you to explain the process, and then if you got to go back down.
Good morning, everyone. So, I'll be running your clickers for the day. They're very simple if you haven't used them. Basically, when you see a vote go up on the screen, just hit your button, hit your answer. You should get a green light. If you don't get a green light, try again, and if not, we'll come around and try and sort it out. But we're going to do a test question, and I'm going to run down, and hopefully everything goes well.
Okay. You had like guessing my age or anything, or not going to be a tough one? Okay. 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 So I'll read the question out. Okay. If you have your clickers ready, I'm going to ask this question. Would your council benefit from a presentation on the benefits of engineering services to rural municipalities? So if you press A for yes or B for no. Is there a C for I'm not sure? I'm not sure, but there is. Okay. So go ahead and vote, please.
Yeah, use your clickers, vote A, B, or C.
And we'll make sure that they're working. Okay?
Listen to the story about the man who tried to drink from the river to the river and dry. He drank so long and he drank so hard, the river ran dry and he...
Okay, so we've got 69%. Is there anyone that has a clicker that doesn't work?
Were there anyone that had a challenge? There's one over here, and there's a few in the bar back here. Okay, you know what? Let's we're gonna try one more before we do too much switching. So make sure you hold down the clicker or the letter that you're going to be wanting, and wait for that light to blink. But where are we at here? We still handing them out? Let's try one more. We're gonna try one more here. Ray will read one more out, or President Orb will read one more out. We'll do another test trial.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to try it again?
Yeah, we'll try this next question.
Okay.
Is your RM satisfied with the engineering firm you are currently working with? Okay. So we're going to try A, always, B, sometimes, C, hardly ever, and D, never. So is your RM satisfied with the engineering firm you're currently working with? We will get voting. We'll let Brandon to put the music on.
Traveling on, now he's a long way from home. Oh, I'm carrying.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to show the results here. And we're almost a split between always and sometimes. That's good news. So anyone have a challenge, additional challenge to the clickers? There's a few in the back over here. You know what I'm going to recommend? We're going to break for lunch, and then we're going to have another test trial after lunch. So you guys all break for lunch, and we're going to do a little bit of a test trial after again here.
I just like to mention to everyone, I'd like
yes.
everyone to keep your seats. We need to have the Lieutenant Governor depart, and then our honorary guests as well before we do. So if you
could please remain seating just for the time being, ladies and gentlemen. We want to have the departure of the Lieutenant Governor.
Actually, the proper protocol is to please rise for the Lieutenant Governor. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We'll now recess for lunch. Just like to mention, the trade show is open throughout the convention in the International Trade Center, and for those that have purchase advance tickets. Lunch is available at the Queensbury's Convention Centre foyer. So at 1 p.m., we'll head right into the dialogue sessions with the provincial ministers, followed by the second dialogue session at 2 p.m. and reconvene on the main floor at 3:30 for the resolutions. Thank you. And Andrew Shear will be here at 12:30.
You memorized that speech really good.
I did okay except for the coronavirus.
No.
Try to get it spread.
No, it was really good. It looked like you memorized the whole thing.
You think it was?
Well, I don't know. You could see it on there. I kind of thought that's the deal.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. It's actually not bad.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention for a minute? We're going to have our introductions for our next guest speaker in a couple minutes, so if you could please find your way to a table and be seated so that we can get this underway within another minute or two. Thank you for your attention. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the Leader of Canada's Conservatives and the official opposition. Andrew Scheer has accomplished a great deal, despite currently being the youngest leader of a federal party in the House of Commons. He was elected as a member of Parliament at the age of 24. He became the youngest ever Speaker of the House of Commons at the age of 32. And most recently, in the last election, he won the popular vote, with more Canadians voting for him than any other Conservative leader in the history of our nation. However, his greatest accomplishment throughout all this has been raising his 5 incredible children with his wife Jill. Please welcome the Leader of the Conservative Party, the Honourable Andrew Scheer.
Well, thank you very much, Bill, and good afternoon, everyone. It is a distinct honor for me to be able to address this convention. I've got to know the good people at SARM very well over the last few years, and I want to tell you that the organization is a tremendous source of expertise and information and advice for federal representatives. And I want to give all of you a big round of applause for your hard work and your involvement in SARM. We can always count on SARM for a perspective on how policies are affecting farmers, producers, people who live in rural areas across this province. They do tremendous work. They do deep dives in policy. It's not just a superficial view of any one of the various factors that are affecting your constituents. It's always very, very, very detailed, very comprehensive advice. I want to thank the good people at SARM for all their hard work and their many years of existence. Thanks very much. As Bill mentioned, I have made a decision as it relates to my leadership of the Conservative Party of Canada. We are in the middle of a leadership race, and there will be many candidates, I'm sure, who will be coming through Saskatchewan to talk to you about their vision for the party. I had to make the decision I made because of a lot of factors in my life, most importantly my family. And as Bill mentioned, I do have 5 wonderful children. The oldest is Thomas, he's 15. They go 15, 13, 11, 9, and then 4. We had Mary a little bit later. She's our youngest. There's a bit of a gap, and I remember when we had Mary, a lot of people asked us what it was like to have a 5th child. And the best way I could have explained it was there's a comedian named Jim Gaffigan who also has 5 children. And I use the same explanation he does. He said to picture yourself going from 4 children to 5 children, just imagine yourself drowning and then someone throws you a baby. And that's what having a 5th is like. I can attest to that. That is very accurate. I want to start off by just letting you know that we are very aware in the Conservative Party of Canada of the difficulties facing the agricultural sector. We know that 2019 was, in many parts of this province, the harvest from hell. A late start in many areas combined with an early snowfall means that many producers have a significant percentage of their crop still in the field. This has been compounded by the issue of not having market access for canola in China, and of course many of the logistical problems that were created by the recent blockades. And I want to touch on the blockades in a moment, but I want to let you know that I have written directly to the Prime Minister, and we have raised these issues in the House of Commons several times now. We're calling for practical and achievable solutions that will help ease the cash flow crunch that is currently facing many areas in Saskatchewan. We know that many people are facing higher debt burdens and are struggling, trying to figure out how they're going to pay for their implements this spring, and we're very aware of that. We've called for the extension for the advanced payments programs. We've called for the waiving of interest that would have accumulated on that, the expansion of that to other commodities, and we've asked the government to start looking at other options through the existing suite of agricultural support programs to inject that much needed cash so that farmers can get a crop in this spring. We know that in Saskatchewan there are 2 mega projects every year, seeding and harvest, and producers deserve to have the support that they require from their federal government, and the Conservative Party will do everything we can to make sure that this government responds to the needs of Saskatchewan producers. The logistical problems that have hit farmers, we know that issues around grain transportation is always a concern, and there are always issues as it relates to rail car allocation and levels of service that the railway companies are required to provide. But this year, this problem is going to be made even worse by what we saw with the blockades that sprung up all across the country. And I thought that it would be important to highlight and kind of bust a few of the myths that were being promoted around this time, because we know that many people in Saskatchewan are going to face additional hardships as the logistical challenges of moving grain are felt long after these protests have been taken down. First and foremost, I know the theme of this convention is coming together, and a lot of people tried to justify the blockades because they were saying that the Coastal GasLink project in British Columbia that was seen by many to be the impetus for these protests. They said that this project was very divisive. But in reality, the Coastal GasLink project was not divisive at all. The NDP in British Columbia supported it. Federal and provincial Conservative parties supported it. Even the federal Liberals theoretically support it. And perhaps most importantly, all 20 First Nations affected by the Coastal GasLink project supported this project. A lot of other people say that the blockades were in solidarity with the Wet'suwet'en people. Well, in reality, if the people in other provinces, sometimes thousands of kilometers away, wanted to show solidarity with the Wet'suwet'en people, then they would have been protesting to get that project built even faster, because the people of that First Nations, they wanted those jobs, they wanted the opportunity that comes with those partnership agreements. Some people said that the blockades had to continue because the hereditary chiefs involved opposed the project. And as long as there were hereditary chiefs opposing the projects, then the project couldn't go ahead and the protesters were justified in doing what they did. Well, I believe very firmly that the democratic franchise on reserve is just as important as the democratic franchise off reserve. And the people of that reserve, when they choose the people of that First Nation, when they choose their representative, when they vote for their band councillors, that vote has to be respected. And their exercising of their votes should not in any way be diminished. They deserve to have their voices heard. Part of respecting Indigenous concerns means respecting them when they say yes to big energy projects in this country. Some people have said that the Coastal GasLink project is all about the environment, that in order to protect the environment, it's okay to protest these types of things? Well, in reality, the Coastal GasLink project will do more to lower global emissions than anything Justin Trudeau has dreamt up in office these days. We know he is still locked in on his carbon tax, his punishing carbon tax that makes it more expensive to do everyday tasks, more expensive for farmers and producers, more expensive for commuters and households, displacing jobs and investment to other countries. This Coastal GasLink project actually exports clean-burning Canadian natural gas, displacing coal-fired power plants in China. That is precisely the type of environmental action that the Conservatives were proposing in this last election, recognizing the fact that we can do so much more here in Canada with our higher standards, our better technology. We should be producing more things here in Canada, taking those jobs and investments from other countries, making things here, and lowering global emissions along the way. That was the Conservative plan that I am still committed to taking to the people of this country. We know in the Conservative Party that if you tax something, you chase away those jobs and investments, and all you see are higher emissions in other countries. It doesn't make any sense to me why Canadian politicians advocate to make it harder to do business in Canada while other countries around the world gobble up that investment, and we see those jobs moving overseas and emissions going up. Our plan reduces global emissions by taking advantage of what we do so well here in Canada. But Justin Trudeau's weak response to the blockades is just another example of how he has let the people of this country down, and specifically in Saskatchewan. His refusal to fight for recognition of what Saskatchewan producers have done so well is another sign of his weakness and another thing that has made life more difficult for people in this province. Other countries, when they went to these international conferences to negotiate environmental agreements, they fought to get credit for the things that they had done in their countries, or they fought to ensure that they were able to grow in certain areas. In other words, they had their country's best interests when they went and sat down at the negotiation table. Justin Trudeau didn't do any of that. And one of the things that I was so critical of him for, and our party will continue to be critical about, is the fact that Justin Trudeau failed to recognize the advancements that Saskatchewan producers and Canadian farmers have already made when it comes to reducing emissions. And the Conservative Party of Canada will always fight to recognize and to ensure that you in this room and the constituents you represent get credit for the advancements and innovations that you have already been doing for decades in this country. We deserve to get credit for zero-till, for effective land management practices, and the innovations that you all have made in reducing emissions. We know that the current challenge with China is also having an impact on Saskatchewan producers. His weakness in refusing to stand up against Chinese actions against not only two Canadians, but of course Canadian commodities as well. I've called on this government to show the government in China that we're not going to be bullied and pushed around. And it's time to take action against the government of China when they take action against us. And that's why I made the announcement that a Conservative government, and I'm sure that this will follow through no matter who becomes leader of our party, but the Conservative Party, the Conservative caucus will continue to fight to get Canada to pull out of the Asian Infrastructure Bank, a bank that is used by China to build roads and bridges in other countries. There is no reason why our tax dollars should be spending to build infrastructure projects in other countries. That money should stay right here at home, improving Canadian infrastructure. So those are just some of the examples of what we're fighting on to ensure that this government pays attention to the concerns here in Saskatchewan. I mean, there are larger issues coming about. We see a lot of troubling signs as it relates to the global economy, but even before the coronavirus, even before the turmoil in the stock market this week, there were clear signs that Canada's economy was faltering. And much like the grasshopper and the ant parable, where the ant spends the summer working hard and putting a share of his food away for the winter, the grasshopper was out singing and playing his violin. I guess with this Prime Minister, we have to include dancing. He would be singing and playing and dancing. All the while, Conservatives were encouraging this government to put money away for the rainy day, to pay down debt. When times are good and employment is high and unemployment is low and GDP growth is up, that's the exact time when the government should be paying off debts from previous years to increase that fiscal capacity. But much like the grasshopper has to go with cap in hand to the ant when winter comes, now this Liberal government is doing the same thing, preparing the justification for even bigger deficits in the months ahead. But we know that they've already tried that. If spending more money by governments guaranteed good times, there would never be a recession in this country. Justin Trudeau has added over $40 billion of spending in his time in office. But we haven't seen that improving our quality of life. We haven't seen that improving our roads and water systems. We've seen a lot more of your tax dollar going to pay the interest on that debt. Conservatives have been calling for this government to take steps to protect Canada against a global downturn. He's weakened our ability to respond to a global recession. And now that these other factors are hitting us, it's going to be even worse. And remember, he had a couple of benchmarks that he was going to use to guide his economic policy. The first was going to be just those temporary tiny deficits. Remember that? They were only going to be $10 billion. And when that flew out the window, then he said, well, okay, well, it doesn't matter how big they are because we're still going to balance them in 4 years. In 2019, they were supposed to be balanced last year. And then that didn't work. It's quite clear that they weren't going to balance the budget. So then they refused to give a target at all. And if you ask the finance minister, as many of my colleagues have, specifically in what year the budget will be balanced, he refuses to talk about it because they don't have a date. Then they started saying, well, as long as the debt to GDP ratio stay the same. In other words, as long as it doesn't matter how big the debt is, as long as the economy is growing and they're both going at about the same pace, then that's okay. That's the fiscal anchor that they're going to use. Well, that didn't work either, as the debt skyrocketed and GDP growth sputtered to near zeros. Now they're saying that as long as their credit rating stays okay, then it's a good sign for their economic performance. That is like saying that you've still got money because there are still checks in your checkbook, ladies and gentlemen. We know that that is not the case, and all it takes is a negative outlook for a couple of quarters, and that credit rating will be affected as well. So in the coming days, you're going to see Conservatives talking about what this government should be doing to kickstart our economy, to recognize that it is the free market, it is people buying and selling freely that creates growth and opportunity in this country. Growth and opportunity for literally everyone. It lifts people out of poverty. When the private sector, when hardworking entrepreneurs, when farmers and ranchers and people all down the supply chain, when things are optimistic, when people are investing and choosing to do business in Canada, that is what lifts everyone out of poverty. Everyone. City, rural, First Nations, on and off reserve. That is the secret ingredient. And we know that the best way to lift people out of poverty is to have that economic growth. It's not going to come from government. So we're going to be calling on the government to lower taxes, to make Canada a country of yes again. Yes, where people choose to do business in this country. We've seen the opposite since Justin Trudeau became Prime Minister. Almost $200 billion of investment in the energy sector gone because people don't have confidence that you can get something built in this country. And why should they? Legislation that kills investments, like the No More Pipelines bill, like the shipping ban, making sure that we continue to have just one customer for our oil and gas. This is a feature of Justin Trudeau's policies. Remember, he said that he wanted to phase out the oil and gas sector in Canada. Well, I'm here to tell you that Conservatives believe in Canadian energy. We believe that not only does the world need more Canadian oil and gas, we believe that Canada needs more oil and gas, and we shouldn't be importing foreign oil in Eastern Canada. We should be exporting Saskatchewan's energy to other provinces. And with these types of policies, not only will Canada experience economic growth and an increased quality of life, but so too will Saskatchewan. And I am so proud to be able to raise my children here. We're moving back at the end of June. We're coming back to Saskatchewan. I couldn't be more excited about that. This is a wonderful province that I am so proud to call home and so honored to represent in the House of Commons. And I know that no matter what role I play in the House of Commons, I've been honored to play a few. Speaker of the House, House Leader, Leader of our party. I don't get to do any of that unless I earn the support and the respect of my constituents right here in Saskatchewan. And that is a guiding principle for me. And that is the type of province and the type of country that we are working hard to build. A country that lifts people up instead of tearing them down. A country where the government gets out of the way of small business owners so that they can create the kinds of opportunity and prosperity that only they can, that supports our farmers, that isn't embarrassed by our resource sector but is a champion for Canadian energy around the world, that recognizes the world leadership that our province has played in developing technology to reduce emissions and to take care of our waterways. So I don't just think that the world needs more Canada, I think the world needs more Saskatchewan, and our country needs more Saskatchewan. I'll never stop saying so. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your convention, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Andrew, for those remarks and those kind words. Andrew has agreed to stay around for a few minutes. He cannot take questions from the floor, but he will be in the foyer area for a few minutes at the back of the hall. So if you have a question or you would like to meet with him on an individual basis, on a one-to-one, please feel free to approach him at the back in the foyer area, and I'm sure you'll have time for some of you. Not all of you, but some of you. I would just like to say that I've known Andrew for a number of years, and when Andrew first got elected as a member of Parliament for Regina Qu'Appelle constituency, which is my home constituency, he didn't know much about agriculture, and he formed a little committee, and Ray Orb sits on that committee along with myself and 3 other individuals. And I just asked Andrew when we were in room 8 down at the end of the hall if he would be willing to reinstate that committee, and we're going to meet with Andrew on not a regular basis, but maybe 2 or 3 times a year in his constituency office in Fort Qu'Appelle or in Regina to address some of the real concerns that us as farmers and businessmen in this province face each and every day. So we're open for discussions with Andrew as our member of Parliament, and he will represent Saskatchewan. So thank you again, and we'll get on with our regular agenda.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been asked to remind you that the dialogue with the minister sessions are all starting in about 1 minute. So for those of you who are here to speak with Minister Tell, we'll be starting here in 1 minute. Please stay. For those of you who are looking for one of the other sessions, they're down that hall. So hustle on down and we'll get going in about 1 minute. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Good lunch. I can tell people are still wiping off the mustaches and the beards, Harvey, and settling in for the afternoon. This is what those of us who do this work from time to time call the dead zone. It's that session right after lunch when you're digesting. So you've got, so in order to counteract those digestive processes, we've got some really good speakers for you to listen to and ask questions of for the next little while. My name is Kevin Fenwick. I'm one of the executives in residence at the Johnson Shoyama Graduate School of Public Policy. There are a number of us executives in residence who have been asked to moderate these sessions this afternoon. I'm really pleased to be able to do this session involving the Ministry of Corrections and Policing and Justice, because I used to work in that Ministry of Justice for many, many years. So not only is the subject near and dear to my heart, but I actually know most of these people fairly well as well. So if things get really slow, I've got some really good stories I can tell you about just about all of them. I'm going to be very brief with some introductions and then turn the microphone over for some remarks from Minister Tell, and then we'll have what you're really here for this afternoon, and that's the dialogue. I'll start at the far end. Deputy Minister of Justice Glenn Gardner is with us today. Glenn and I actually used to work together at an office called the Dispute Resolution Office for many years, so I've got lots of stories I could tell you about him if he gets out of line this afternoon. Next to him is Brad Lantier. He is the Director, Operations in the Strategic Branch of the RCMP. Next to him is Dale Larson. Dale is the Deputy Minister for Corrections and Policing, and he'll be the one that Minister Tell elbows if there's a detail or two that she needs some help with. And then to my immediate right is the face that I'm sure most of you will recognize, and that's the Honorable Christine Tell, first elected to the legislature as MLA for Regina Wascana Plains in 2007, and re-elected every time since then that we've had an election, and running again. When? In the next month or in the fall? 2020. 2020, good answer. Minister Tell was born and raised in Regina, graduated from Miller High School before receiving a psychiatric nursing diploma from Wascana, worked as a psychiatric nurse for a time, and then entered and graduated from the Saskatchewan Police College. Initially joined the Saskatoon Police Service, was there for 3 years before joining the Regina Police Service, where she rose to the rank of sergeant and was in charge of central operations prior to taking a leave of absence to run as a candidate in that election in 2007, and the leave has continued ever since then due to that electoral success. Community involvement has always been an important role in Minister Tell's life. She's married and has 2 sons, and I'm going to turn the mic over to her just for a few opening remarks, and then we'll do some Q&A.
Thank you, Evan. I don't hear it. There we go. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Christine Tell, and I am indeed honored to be here with you this afternoon. If any of you would like to move a little bit closer, bearing in mind that we are used to, at the dialogue sessions, having people fairly close. But if you don't, that's okay, but it would certainly be nice. It makes it easier to have the kind of conversations that we're having rather than only hearing me through a mic. Justice and corrections and policing overlap to a large degree, and I think that makes perfect sense. There are some issues and areas that are exclusive to the Ministry of Justice, and there are areas that are exclusive to the Ministry of Corrections and Policing. But there is this overlap, and it's where we do come together, and there are initiatives that we execute within that overlapped envelope. So the RCMP, a civilian member of the RCMP is here with us today. I understand that Mark Fisher, Deputy Commissioner, is going to be with you here sometime this week. And with respect to operational issues with the RCMP, I do
Ladies and gentlemen, in about 5 minutes, we're going to get rolling with the regular resolution session. So this is your 5-minute warning to get rolling into the resolution session.
Okay, if I can have your attention. I just want to make sure that that everyone can hear. I had a few comments this morning that there was a section over here, kind of in that mic number 4 area. You couldn't hear it very well. Can you hear it? Can you hear there? That's better? Okay, try and talk a little louder then. Okay, so I just wanted to let you know, at the 2019 annual convention, delegates passed 2 resolutions calling for the creation of a resolutions committee. In response, the SARM Board of Directors has approved a resolution process, which includes the creation of a resolutions committee with representation from each of the 6 SARM divisions. Those representatives are committee members. When you hear their name, give a little wave. So I'm going to ask them to just indicate where they are. So the chair of the committee is Carmen Sterling with the arm of Weyburn. Are they even here? Okay. Division 1, Jim Toth, arm of North Capel, number 187. Division 2, Cody Jordison, arm of Lumsden, number 189. Division 3, Darren Steinley, arm of Excelsior, number 166. Division 4, Roman Charco, arm of Moose Range, number 486. And Division 5, Wendy Trask, arm of Corman Park, number 344. And for Division 6, Rod Weens, RM of Mountain View, number 318. So the Resolutions Committee will also evaluate and make recommendations to the Board of Directors for improvements to the current resolution policies and procedures. So I'll turn this over to Jay.
Okay, we're going to go through the resolution session here. It's that time at convention, but we're going to do a few test questions before, like we did before lunch. Our apologies, we had a few of the clickers on the different frequencies, so we're hoping we have everyone on the correct frequency. We have Laurel and Karen here to help us with it. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a question on the board. We're gonna answer it with the clickers, and if your clicker turns green, you're good to go. If it does not turn green, try it again to make sure it does turn green. If it does not again, please stand up and we'll give you we'll have an exchange of clickers because you'll be on the wrong frequency. So we did some exchanging before lunch. We're going to hopefully have everyone figured out here. So if I'll get Brandon to put a question up. Okay. Is your RM generally satisfied with the quality of contractors' work at the completion of road construction projects? So once again, hit A for always, B for sometimes, C hardly ever, and D never. If there's a green light, you're good to go. If there is not, please stand up and remain standing. Once you get your clicker, please sit down so we can make sure there's nobody else standing. Okay, we have a few more. Brandon back here, far left here.
got a few that don't work.
Yeah. Just, there's a lot of, doesn't seem to be a lot of urgency on Brandon's behalf here, so.
You over there?
Okay. Okay, so we did some exchanges. We will, we got one more question to try out after this one. So we got 15 seconds to try again, and we'll get the answer here. Okay, similar to the engineers. 41% always, 5 sometimes, and hardly ever 5%, and 6% never. Okay, we're going to try one more, same thing. Hopefully we don't have anyone else standing. If you do have a challenge with it not turning green, please stand up. Who is going to win tomorrow's Winnipeg Ice or wins tomorrow's hockey game, Winnipeg Ice or Regina Pats? So we got A for Winnipeg Ice, and B for Regina Pats, and C, it's anyone's game. Anyone's clicker? Looks like clickers are good. If you're standing, your clicker's not working. I don't see anyone standing. Oh, we got a waiver, a couple waivers back there. Well, that's a Brandon. Make sure he stays here. Yeah. So we should be good now. Back in the corner over here. Okay. Let's get the answer here.
To be found. Twin cam.
Everyone's hoping for the Pats, 48%, and the other two are pretty close with Winnipeg Ice, and it's anyone's game. Okay, so we should be able to be good here to proceed with the regular resolution session, and we also have the one emergent resolution at the end. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Jay. One thing we have to do before we start the resolution session, we need to make a motion to appoint Mike Morris and Andrew Swenson as parliamentarians. We've done this in the past for them to help us through the process. I'd entertain a motion to do that. 247. Okay, so you can vote in favor. I'll just ask you just to hold your clickers up when you vote. All in favor? Okay, opposed? and that is carried. So we will start the resolution session. I'll ask for the reader to read Resolution 1.
Point of Privilege Resolution 1-20A, RM of Browning, number 34. Be it resolved that SARM amend its bylaws to remove point of privilege resolutions and encourage emergent resolutions to be submitted instead.
Okay, do I have a mover for this? Mike, number 1, go ahead.
Pius Lostel, Reeve the RM of Browning.
If you'd like to speak to it, go ahead.
In the last number of conventions that I've been to, there's point of privilege resolutions that come forward that should be in the regular resolutions. Just because you miss a deadline doesn't mean that you just put a point of privilege resolution in. And having a couple people have a beer together and think, oh, this is a good idea, and it doesn't go through anybody's council, it's not right. So I think that we should vote for this and get rid of them. And we have the emergent resolutions that you can bring forward now, and something that happens after the deadline for resolutions and between then and the convention. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else like to speak to this? I don't see anyone going to the mics. I just remind the delegates that because this is a bylaw change, we need 2/3 of the delegates to vote in favor of this for it to carry. So I will now call for the question. Please vote. A, if you're in favor, or B, if you're opposed. Okay, so that's carried, 76% in favor. Resolution number 2.
Club route fine increase 2-20A, RM of Moose Range, number 486. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the Ministry of Agriculture to increase the $500 maximum fine for those that do not report club route to the municipality to 25% of the land assessment in order to keep the reporting of club route controlled, data up to date for surrounding farmers and businesses, and to avoid the spread of club route to surrounding land.
Do you have a mover for that resolution? 486. Do you want to speak to it? Yeah, go to mic 4, please.
Yeah, this resolution is mostly to do with $500 is really nothing when you're talking about club route, because it affects the value of the land. And then if somebody's, even their machinery when they sell it, if nobody knows, and especially the RMs, then it's transferred that much more over. Whereas if you put in a decent fine for it, people will tell who has club route, and if it's a documented case, it should be, the crop insurance should explain and tell who it is. Because the crop insurance on their new policies for club route, they haven't announced, but they're supposed to be 40% for anybody that grows canola back to back, only 40% coverage on that year. And I don't think if they're going 3 consecutive years, they should have no coverage at all with it. Because a lot of the fields in all of Saskatchewan, they test positive now. It just hasn't mutated yet. And if they keep growing canola on canola, it'll be in the whole province. And as far as land values, it'll cut them in half, too. So. Good, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody, so I will call for the question. You can vote now. A, if you're in favor, or B, if you're opposed.
And here's to the bootleggers and the oil field crews. Here's to one and all of us Red River fools. Red River, I know you.
Okay, that resolution is carried, 52% in favor. Resolution number 3.
Crop insurance review, club route coverage, 3-20A, RM of Lost River, number 313. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the Saskatchewan Crop Insurance Corporation to review and clarify coverage policies to encourage farming practices that mitigate the risk of spreading club root. These policies may include considering crop rotations known to cause the spread of club root uninsurable while continuing to provide coverage for farmers who perform good land management by insuring them for club root loss to act as a safeguard from those who put the farming community at risk.
A mover, Mike 4, you would like to move it?
I'm the administrator, so I can't. I need one of my council to waive.
Do you have a permission to speak?
I have, I've been requested to speak.
Yeah, will you move it? Oh,
Yes.
okay. Is there someone from your RM or another RM that can move it?
Right
Yes,
in front
go
of me.
ahead. 313, okay. If you are going to waive the right to speak, I'll ask the lady at mic 4. Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, council met with Christine Dick, administrator for RM 313. Council met with our plant health officer in the start of the year. She described this past year's testing, including canola on canola and canola wheat rotations. Council believes that dealing with an infestation after the fact is not necessarily the best action. This proposed review by crop insurance would allow factors that the council may not have considered to be evaluated, enable farmers to continue getting insurance on the majority of their crops, and have consideration for the risks associated with club root to be assessed. Council understands that crops, information, technology, and practices are changing rapidly with the findings on club root. This resolution allows all of those matters to be considered and will allow for fine-tuning of insurance rather than going with a broad stroke resolution which may cause more harm than good. They had the idea that making continuous or short rotations of club root susceptible crops to be uninsurable might encourage people to avoid those rotations. However, they do not want good farming practices to be uninsurable either, thus the resolution to have crop insurance review their policies. Council also does not want to see farmers who get infected by other means, i.e. soil transfer or water flows, to be uninsured. We hope you will support our resolution.
Anyone else? Okay, I don't see anyone, so I will call for the question. You can vote now. A, in favor, or B, opposed.
I like my whiskey straight up. Daiquiris make me ill. If someone
That's carried, 79%. The next resolution, number 4, has been withdrawn by the mover. So we'll move on to resolution number 5.
Be it resolved, remove the cultivated land lease 45% rental premium, 5-28 RM of Auburn, number 76. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to review the 45% rental premium policy on cultivated and formerly cultivated lease land.
Okay, mover, mic number 2.
Yes, Richard Marlowe, Reeve, RM76.
Okay, if you'd like to speak, go ahead.
Well, I think it's fairly self-explanatory what I've laid out, but what I would like to highlight is that when it comes to, you know, previously whereas though the leased lands may have been previously cultivated under different government policies or economic circumstances, it doesn't mean that they should be cultivated today. Furthermore, because a cultivated or formerly cultivated land may be easily identifiable, which facilitates a program implementation, it does not mean it is a good policy to continue for extended periods of time. And after more than 10 years, it's just time for review at the provincial level.
Anyone else? Anyone else like to speak to this? Doesn't appear so. So I will call for the question. You can vote now. A, if you're in favor, or B, if you're opposed. That's carried, 66%. Resolution number 6.
Wild Boar Control Program, 6-20A, RM of Lakeview number 337. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the province to establish a program similar to that of the Beaver Control Program to act as an incentive for individuals to assist with the controlling the wild boar population. Be it further resolved that SARM administer this program with rural municipalities.
Microphone number 4, would you like to move it?
Yes, 337, Mervyn, 337.
Okay. If you'd like to speak, go ahead.
Yes, in our RM we've had about 5 sightings of wild boars in the middle of the afternoon, and 2 were shot that we know of, and we don't know how many there are for sure. And we've got all kinds of grain bags around there and stuff like that in the fall, and they can do probably thousands and thousands of dollars worth of damage if they ever got into them. So I don't know if this is the answer, but they can explore it more if they feel like it. But we feel that there's something's got to be done to encourage people to try and get rid of them.
Okay, is there a gentleman over here at mic 2?
Nargulin from SARM Board. I would like to speak against this resolution. SARM used to administer a wild boar control program on behalf of the province. I was a member, Carmen and Laurel. We learned at that time from those with direct expertise about the most effective methods of control. Those providing that advice included officials from the Saskatchewan Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Environment, researchers from the University of Saskatchewan, and a hunting group trained specifically to hunt wild boar from Moosomin. We learned then that wild boar reside in groups, and if they aren't eradicated as a group, the surviving members scatter across an area and reestablish new groups, resulting in their spread to new areas. And they are very, very smart. You probably won't ever see them again. Establishing a program like the Beaver Control Program, where individuals without proper knowledge and training in regard to wild boar habits and effective methods of control could result in the wild boar population spreading even further than it is currently. Also, SARM is concerned that the addition of a program like this would impact the funds currently available under the Canadian Agriculture Partnership Program, of which we still have 3 years left to go, including the RAT program, the Invasive Control Program, the Invasive Plant Control Program, and the Beaver Control Program, as well as our plant health officers.
Mike, number 4, go ahead.
Before I start, I'd like to acknowledge that we're on Canadian land, the land of all Canadians. I agree with the previous speaker.
You'll have to identify yourself.
Oh, Tom McKnight, I'm at Paddockwood.
Okay.
I agree with the previous speaker. A lot of what I have to say is the same. In stats for Canada in the 1990s, there was only 27 watersheds that were infested with wild pigs. In 2017, there was 993 watersheds. There's no estimate in how many pigs there are in Canada, but they say that they range over a period of land larger than Texas and New Brunswick together.
In order to control the population, I think spoke about it earlier, the experts tell you that you have to kill 80% of the herd just to control it. That's not to eradicate it, that's to control it. And personally, you only see pigs mostly at night. And I don't know if there's anybody in this room I want to hunt with at night. And besides, what's the first thing you learn in hunter safety? Know your target and beyond. You can't know that in the dark. Hunting doesn't work. In fact, it makes it worse. Previous speaker said it. Pigs are smart. You shoot one or two and they move on. In Texas, they started the program, and I think it's similar to what we're doing here. They put up corrals and bait them over a period of days, and then using cameras and phones, they wait till the herd is in there, close the gate, and eradicate them. Now, I don't know who said this, but it has been said before. You can't barbecue the problem away.
Anyone else? No? Okay, I will call for the question. You can vote now, A, if you're in favor, or B, if you're opposed.
Japan, China, and India, Europe, and the U.S. of America, Australia, South America.
Resolution is lost. 73% opposed. Resolution number 7.
Beaver Management in Provincial Parks 7-20A, RM of St. Philip's number 301. Be it resolved that SARM lobby, again lobby the Ministry of Environment to reinstate the Beaver Management in Provincial Parks program in the 2020-21 budget to help reduce beaver overpopulation in provincial parks and the resulting financial burden on the surrounding rural municipalities incurred due to beaver damage.
Okay, do I have a mover? Anybody? No mover, it won't be debated. Okay. You're going to mic number 1? Go ahead, sir.
Number 1, Conrad Vogel, the RM of St. Philip's.
Okay, if you wish to speak to it, go ahead.
Okay. The Ministry of Environment paid $30 a beaver until 2017, 2018 to the trappers in the park. And now they cut that off. And the beavers, we're in a surrounding municipality, and the beavers are moving into our area more without the trapping in the park. And we'd like that $30 put on again. And that's all I've got to say on it.
Okay.
Can I have a point of privilege?
Mic number 4?
A point of privilege. I'd ask the previous speaker to please take his hat off.
Okay, so thank you. He's already done that. Anyone else like to speak to this? No? Do you, gentlemen at mic 1, would you like to speak to it again, or you're done your comments? Okay. I don't see anyone else, so I will call for the question. Vote now. A, if you're in favor, or B, if you're opposed. Okay, that's carried. 86% in favor. Resolution number 8.
Reduction of requirements for beaver hunters, 8-20A, RM of St. Philip's number 301. Be it resolved that beaver control program administered by SARM no longer require beaver hunters to obtain trappers' licenses.
Okay, mover, a gentleman at mic 1.
Yes, Conrad Vogel, I'll move it.
You might have to speak a little
Conrad
closer
Vogel,
to the mic.
I'll move it.
Okay, if you'd like to speak to it, go ahead.
Well, until the local farmers would go out and shoot and trap these beavers, but now they need a trapper's license to do it, and to get a trapper's license involves a lot of work and time and money, and they're not trapping. We just can't get people to trap and hunt, shoot our beavers. So we'd like it removed that you need a trapper's license to shoot and trap beavers.
Okay. Gentleman at mic number 2.
Darwin Whitfield with representing SARM. I'd like to speak against this motion. I would like to speak against the motion. In previous BCP program years, RMs provided a list of individuals approved by council to use their services for beaver management within their jurisdiction. Anyone could be approved as long as the RM had a bylaw in place allowing hunting, trapping beaver within the boundaries. Public perception of this open policy was heightened when one year a fellow found a beaver wandering the streets of a small town, caught it, and proceeded to cut its tail off right there on the spot, claiming he would claim the money under the BCP program. Also, the Saskatchewan Trappers Association raised concerns over the open policy as it affected their well-being. They raised concerns with the Saskatchewan Ministry of Agriculture. All ag rebate programs funded through the Canadian Agricultural Partnership, BCP, RCP, and IPCP, are based on a 50-50 cost share and require licensed individuals to provide the services. Licenses are verified for each of the program before payment are made, and to eligible complainants, the BCP is no different. Also, there is a minimal effort cost to obtain South Saskatchewan fur licenses, and so that should not restrict anyone from being a part of the program should the RM choose to participate.
Okay, I only see the gentleman at mic 1. I don't see anyone else, so if you wish to speak again, sir, go ahead.
Well, the only thing, we've got an awful pile of beavers in our area, and we want to make it as easy as possible, and we have a very hard time finding people to take the time and shoot them and trap them. And I wish they'd do away with that trapper's license. That's all I've got to say on it.
Okay, I will call for the question. You can vote now. A, in favor. B, opposed. That's carried, 58%. Resolution number 9.
Proposed changes to wildlife regulations, 1981, firearms and all-terrain vehicles and operating vehicles, 9-20A, Parkland Association of Rural Municipalities. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the Provincial Ministry of Environment to amend Section 48 of the Wildlife Regulations, 1981, so as to exempt farmers that are duly carrying on the activities of their farming operations so far as they conform to the provisions found in subsection 48(1)B, that being the current distinction between subsections 1A and 1B, unless a firearm is encased. Be it further resolved that this resolution cover all farmers and all farming operations contained within the boundaries of the province of Saskatchewan, with the exceptions of those areas already deemed exempt from hunting or areas deemed exempt from firearm possession.
Okay, is there a mover for that resolution? Need a mover, mic number 3.
Randy Omack, RM of Meeting Lake, number 466. I would like to move this motion, and I'll speak on it as well.
Okay, go ahead.
It's rather self-explanatory. I guess to simplify it, the northern half of the province, you can carry a gun on your quad during a hunting season, as long as it's encased. The southern part of the province, or I would say actually the dividing line is from Spearwood to Prince Albert. South of that, you can't carry a gun on your quad even though it's encased during a hunting season. There's a lot of farmers that have predatory problems. We have a lot of cougars moving up into our area. So therefore, we feel it would be fair if it was equalized right across the whole province.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. Okay, I'll call for the question. You can vote now. A, in favor, or B, opposed.
You take it all away from me.
Resolution is carried 95%. Resolution number 10.
Waste to Energy Program 10-20A, RM of Fertile Belt, number 183. Be it resolved that SARM begin a dialogue with the provincial government and the Saskatchewan Waste Reduction Council to initiate a process leading to centralized collection and incineration of waste to produce electricity to help drive the provincial economy while at the same time solving many of our waste management issues.
Mover for that resolution? Okay, try and get to the mic. Okay, mic number 2.
Ken Ollis, RM 153. I'd like to so move that resolution. I think it's self-explanatory, so we'll go from there.
Okay, is there anyone else? No? Okay, I will call for the question. You can vote. A if you're in favor, or B if you're opposed. That's carried 89%. Resolution number 11.
Disposal of bulk oil and filters, 11-20A, RM of Aberdeen, number 373. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial and federal government to provide assistance to municipalities wishing to accommodate their ratepayers with the responsible disposal of used oil and filters.
Mover for that one, mic number 3. Go ahead.
Martin Betker, RM of Aberdeen 373.
If you'd like to speak, go ahead.
No, we think it's self-explanatory.
Okay, anyone else? Doesn't appear to be, so I will call for the question. You can vote. Now, A in favor or B opposed. Okay, that is carried, 82%. Resolution number 12.
Hydrovac slurry, not for agriculture application, 12-20A, RM of Edenwald, number 158. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to create environmental and agriculture policy that will regulate waste control to hydrovac slurry. Further, be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to develop regulations for the creation of facilities with the primary goal to locate and develop practical solutions for hydrovac storage and treatment sites throughout Saskatchewan in cooperation with generators, operators, and waste management facilities.
Okay, a mover for that. Mic 3.
Kim McIver, RM of Edenwald. Council's direction is to speak and move this motion.
So I need someone else to move it. Can you move it at mic 4?
Yeah, I'll move it. Tom McKnight, RM of Pataquid.
Okay, and I'll go back to mic 3 then. Kim, if you'd like to speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has been an ongoing issue in the RM of Edenwald for a couple of years now, with the hydrovac trucks doing lots of the fiber optic installations, which is a great way to move forward. But there's no real good regulatory factors on how it is disposed of. As we've reached out to the province numerous times, there isn't any clear regulations of how to proceed with this if we have a ratepayer or ourselves as a municipality feel that there is possible contamination issues. Since hydro slurry is 60% water and 40% material, and there's no way to actually find out if it's contaminated because it's self-regulatory by the truckers. So we feel for the protection of good yields for agricultural lands, the potential for developable lands to move forward, and to protect groundwater and our ratepayers and all the ratepayers of the province as well, water, that this is something that there should be clear provincial regulations on, and we ask the SARM delegates to support us on this resolution because it truly is a provincial matter that affects all of us.
Okay, I'll go to Mike 4 now.
Tom McKnight, Paddockwood. I guess when I tell you what I want to say, I want you to vote against it. It's a good idea, but how would you enforce this? We already have trouble getting rid of sewer. Somebody's hydrovacing in Larange and his disposal site is in Prince Albert. He's just gonna drop it in the ditch. So you have hydrovac slurry you want to get rid of. What about well slurry? What happens when you dig a well? Where are you gonna put that?
Okay, is there anyone else? Anyone else? I don't see anyone. Okay. All right, I'll call for the question. You can vote now. A, if you're in favor, or B, opposed. That resolution has lost 65%. Resolution number 13.
Placement of rural crime watch signs on public highways. Number 13-20A, RM of Wallace, number 243. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to allow rural crime watch signs to be installed along the top edge of highways, the same as traffic guidance signs are.
Okay, do I have a mover for that resolution?
Arma
Mike,
Wallace.
number 2.
Arma Wallace, 243.
If you'd like to speak, go ahead.
Yes, I would. Since the provincial government and SARM and the RCMP have been encouraging RMs to get involved in the Rural Crime Watch organizations, we find out when we get permits to put up the signs along the provincial highways that they have to be put over on the back slope, a meter within the right-of-way. And we would like to see those signs up where the other signs are, up on the edge of the highway. They are a traffic guidance sign. They're guiding the criminals to keep on driving because they're going to be watched. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Anyone else? No? Okay, I'll call for the question. Vote now, A, if you're in favor, or B, opposed. That's carried, 81%. Okay, next resolution, please.
Conflict of interest, number 14-20A, RM of Enniskillen, number 3. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the Ministry of Government Relations to have the Municipalities Act changed to reflect that a council member's absence from a meeting where they could be in a conflict of interest be interpreted as a declaration of their conflict of interest.
A mover, Mike 4.
RM number 3. Cameron Nardine, Division 2. I'd like to speak to it. It seems quite self-explanatory, but the purpose of this resolution is to clear up redundancy in this section of the Act. If the person in question is absent, there is no way they could be in conflict. So their absence should be interpreted as a declaration of their conflict of interest. Should the motion be tabled until the next meeting, The counselor would then, at that time, take the necessary steps to disclose the conflict of interest at that time during that meeting. But the way it is now, you could be absent for 3 months and have to go back and go through the agenda and find out whether you're in conflict or not for something that you might be 1,000 miles away at the time.
Anyone else? I recognize the gentleman at mic 4.
Doran Scott, Administrator for the ARM of Blucher number 343. I have Council's permission to speak. As the current legislation stands, you are required to disclose the nature of the pecuniary interest. My concern with this is that a member of council may be absent for a portion of the meeting and then show up for a different portion of the meeting. There are just so many different variables that could be involved here. I think it's really opening councils up to far more scrutiny than they need.
Another gentleman coming to mic 4.
Tom McKnight, I'm at Paddockwood. I think it makes sense. I mean, if you don't go to a meeting, do you go back and read the meeting to see if they discuss something that you were in conflict with? And if you don't go back and read it and you were in conflict, are you in shit?
I didn't hear the last word, but that's okay. Anyone else? No, it doesn't appear to be, so I will call for the question. You can vote now. A, if you're in favor, or B, if you're opposed. That resolution is lost, 58%. Resolution number 15.
Changes to the Municipalities Act regarding conflict of interest, number 15-20A, RM of Blaine Lake, number 434. Be it resolved that SARM lobbied the Ministry of Government Relations to amend the Municipalities Act, subsection 1511, to replace may with the term shall to dissuade a council from denying reimbursement so far as the criteria are met.
Mover for that one. Okay, need a mover for that one. Anybody? No? If there's no mover, we can't debate it. No? Okay. Carry on. Next one. 16.
Reinstatement of in-office municipal inspections, 16-20A, arm of Mancota number 45. Sorry, there we go.
Okay.
Be it resolved that the Government of Saskatchewan reinstate in-office municipal inspections to ensure legislative requirements are being met and provide advice and direction on required legislative procedures to municipal administrators and councils if required.
Okay, mover for this one. Anyone?
Jeez, where are they?
Nope. Don't see anyone that wants to move it, so we don't have a choice, we have to move on. Did he say something? I'm not sure the gentleman is going to the microphone, looks like it. Okay. Are you prepared to move that resolution?
Yes, I am. 138 Webb.
Okay. If
I
you
will
want
move
to
it.
speak to it, go ahead.
I know nothing about it, but my administrator told me to move it.
He knows nothing about it, his administrator told him to move it.
Okay.
That's what he's told.
Is there anyone else? I don't see anyone else. I would say honesty is always respected in this room. So I will call for, sorry, I have a gentleman there at mic number 3. Are you going to 3 or 4? Okay, there's somebody at 3, so I'll let the lady speak first. Go ahead.
My name is Leslie Clark. I'm with the RM of Parkdale. And I think it's a very good opportunity for advisors and administrators to have a one-on-one time. So I'm in favor of this motion.
And the gentleman at mic 4?
Ken Fargo-Reeve, RM of Lumsden. Our council goes through all of these in detail, and we discuss on which way we want to vote. This one in particular, we didn't have enough context in here. We were hoping somebody's going to come up and speak to it. So if you're going to put something up here, and everybody's going to take some time to listen to it and read this, I would hope that you would come up and put some context to it so we can vote for it.
Anyone else? Okay, I don't see anyone else, so I will call for the question now. You can vote A in favor, B opposed. The resolution is carried, 58%. So resolution number 17.
Funding and support for rural emergency medical services, 17-20A. RM of Merrifield, number 91. RM of Walpole, number 92. RM of Antler, number 61. RM of Reciprocity, number 32. RM of Storth Oaks, number 31. RM of Coalfields, number 4. RM of Mount Pleasant, number 2. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to provide easier access for training opportunities for those willing to take the emergency medical responders or primary care paramedic course. Be it further resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to have better on-call wages and benefits to help people of the communities have a better opportunity to get involved, in turn helping with staffing and shortages.
Mover, mic 3.
Cameron Thompson, RM 91, Merrifield. I'll move it.
Okay. You don't wish to speak to it? I see a lady at mic 3. Do you wish to speak to it?
Daphne Brady, Administrator of the RM of Merrifield, speaking with permission of council. Living in rural Saskatchewan has become a very scary situation. There are many healthcare facilities that are temporarily closed or on bypass due to doctor and nurse shortages and cutbacks. This, along with multiple local ambulance services having to be on first response only or out of service, is proving to be a major concern for anyone in the rural areas that may need immediate medical attention. Many of us have been very privileged to have members of our community step up and fill the shoes of the local EMS. Be there on the worst days of our lives and help us get the help that we need. For this, we are truly grateful for their time, dedication, and sacrifices. With that being said, the rural EMS all across the province is struggling to retain trained emergency medical personnel. Two major factors contributing to this downfall in staffing numbers is training and wages. Training is not very well advertised or readily available. Many young adults in high school feel they need to go to Sask Polytech to become trained. This is not true. If there is enough interest, a lot of those courses can be facilitated in rural settings, and once these people pass their scope test, they can be hired by private service or the health region to facilitate rural ambulance services. On-call wages is also a major factor for adding to the downfall in EMS personnel. To be on call, you are required to be within 12 minutes of the ambulance at all times. This includes the time it takes you to get changed into your uniform. In a rural setting, this timeline is very tricky or not feasible at all, as many people in the small communities are from the country. If we are asking responders to be that close to the ambulance, we should be required to pay them more than $5 per hour. Remember, when you're on call, you have to be ready to drop everything and run. This in itself can leave a person very limited as to what they can be doing when they are on call. We are asking these people to put their lives on hold to come and help a friend, a family member, or a community member should they be needed, all for less than half of minimum wage. Once the call is dispatched, the wages become very competitive. That being said, there is no monthly or weekly guarantee of hours worked. Only hours worked on car can contribute towards benefits, vacation enrollment, and pension contributions. We are asking for your help to initiate more training opportunities out in the rural areas, as well as to help us push the unions to pay better on-call standby hours. With some minor changes, we are hoping we can entice more community members to join our local EMS team.
So I'm going to go to Mike, number 1.
Russell Legui, RM of Fillmore 96. I'd just like the members to support this resolution. As a longtime EMR in Fillmore, I make $2.19 an hour as that. Our PCPs get $5. So we're not attracting any new people, and we're not getting any younger, but this is an essential service. Anything we can do to get any support is welcome. So I would ask you to support this, and maybe the government will listen to us. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Nope. Okay, I don't see anyone else. I see a gentleman stretching over there, but I think that's about it. So I will call for the question. You can vote now. A, in favor, or B, opposed. Resolution is carried, 97%. And resolution number 18.
RCMP Deployment Model 18-20A, Arm of Mary Creek, number 229, Arm of Swift Current, number 137, Arm of Wiska Creek, number 106, Arm of Victory, number 226, Arm of Verge, number 76, Arm of Webb, number 138. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the RCMP and provincial government to not close any current detachments existing within the rural communities, to maintain the December 31, 2019 staffing levels, and demonstrate that the RCMP Super Hub deployment model will not be in the best interest for citizens of rural communities. Be it further resolved that SARM lobby the RCMP to ensure consultation with municipal leaders prior to the implementation of any changes to services to ensure there are no negative impacts to the service and the economy of rural communities, and that public safety remains a top priority.
Okay, a mover, Mike 1.
Mark Hughes, Myrie Creek. This resolution came about from a January meeting with the Southwest Municipal Government Committee, MMP, and RCMP. After the discussions were held, it was decided to put forward a resolution to SARM. We would like SARM to work with the provincial government to maintain our local detachments and the current staffing levels. The RM of Myrie Creek is in full favor of this resolution. As the RCMP are stating that this is a pilot project, and as of right now, they are in the process of only gathering information, and at the aforementioned meeting, they did not give us any direct information or answers as to how they want to move forward with any changes. It is difficult to form opinions as to how they plan to roll out the new deployment model. The local RMs and communities want to be kept informed and brought into the discussions and have our opinions heard before any changes are made. We want to hear from the RCMP, ratepayers and councils. We want to hear from the RCMP some different scenarios that they have planned for this super hub detachment, so that our ratepayers and councils can do their own research and express some well-informed opinions the next time the meetings are held with the RCMP. The idea of a super hub or centralization of services does not sit well with a lot of RMs and local communities. As RMs and communities are already some distance from the closest detachment, the fear that with any changes being proposed, the local residents may be put at a larger risk for rural crime and increasing response time from the RCMP. The RM of Myrie Creek, along with the other RMs, would feel that by presenting this resolution at SARM convention, that it will bring some more awareness to what the RCMP are currently doing with the Southwest Saskatchewan pilot project. I would strongly recommend that we all support this. as it is a pilot project in the southwest, and if they go ahead with it there, it could very easily come to any community in Saskatchewan. Thank you.
Anyone else? I see any other speakers there? Not seeing anyone. Sorry, mic number 1.
Eric Schmaltz, SARM 461. I'd like to see an amendment to this resolution to include that we lobby the provincial government and the RCMP to take into consideration when they're deploying their staffing numbers to include geographical space, not just population numbers, because in our RMs we're seeing sparse populations over a large geographical area, and it affects our response times tremendously, and I think that should be included in there as well.
Yeah, so just the wording, you'll have to give us an idea what you want for wording for that.
I apologize, it just came to me while I
Okay.
was sitting here listening. So that the SARM lobby, the provincial government and the RCMP to include geographical areas, or the size of the geographical area rather than strictly population numbers when determining staffing levels.
Okay, so the size of a geographical area consideration.
Where would you like to put it? Can you put the resolution?
Yeah, we're gonna have to put the resolution up, and you'll have to tell us where exactly that you want it. It's in the be it resolved part.
Okay.
Either one, I guess. Which one would you like it in?
Yeah, we could just do be it further resolved.
Oh, okay, be it further resolved.
That'd be okay.
Okay.
It's my first time, sorry folks.
I'm gonna ask, I would have to ask that mover if they consider that as a friendly amendment before we pursue that.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
He said yes.
He's indicated yes, so we'll put it up, a be it resolved that there be consideration for size of geographical area. Does that sound right? Yeah. Okay, so we have it up on the screen. So we have, I'll just read it. So I'll read it first. Be it further resolved that SARM lobby the RCMP and provincial government to consider the size of the geographical area, not just population.
When considering staffing numbers.
When considering staffing members, okay.
Yeah, staff or detachment staffing
Staffing
levels.
level, how
Yeah.
would staffing levels be?
Yeah, that's
I don't
right.
want to tell you the wording, but I think that
No, that's good.
would be acceptable. Okay. Okay, so do you wish to comment any more on this? We have to vote on the amendment first. I gotta ask if there's anyone that wants to comment on this amendment. If not, I will, this is for the amendment itself. I'll call for the question. You can vote now. A, if you're in favor, or B, if you're opposed. Okay. Okay, so the amendment is carried 94%. Now I'm going to ask for if there's any discussion on the amended resolution as presented. Is there any further discussion on that? Okay, I don't see anyone.
Yes, you do.
Okay, number 2, go ahead.
Ed File, Reeve of the RM 141. I was at a couple of these meetings where the RCMP made their presentation to us. They came out and told us that they're trying to improve our service. And when we were questioning them on whether they're going to leave the staff members living in each place where they're staffed now, they wouldn't give us a yes or no on that. The only answer they gave us was that they're not in the business of making things worse. We're only going to make things better. Well, we've been greased before. So I definitely recommend we support this motion and let them know where we feel on this. They started with the Southwest and they're going to continue it with the rest of the province. Just wait and see. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else? Okay, it doesn't appear so. So I will call for the question. You can vote now. Vote A if you're in favor or B opposed. Yeah, that's carried 97%. Resolution number 19.
Motor Vehicle Regulations 19-20A, RM of Miota, number 468. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to amend the Vehicle Equipment Regulations 1987 as follows. Part 3, Section 18, the vehicle shall A, have a muffler system that meets or exceeds the original manufacturer's specifications.
Okay, mover for this, lady at mic 1.
Sherry Jimmy, Reeve of the RM of Miota, number 468. We're asking for the delegates' support on this motion. Noise pollution is a very real factor in our rural municipality. And we have 3 SAG-D projects, and it's all rubber rail. And our ratepayers are very concerned about the noise levels they're experiencing with the current muffler systems on many of the transport vehicles.
I'll go to mic number 4.
Tom McKnight, RM at Paddockwood. I'm against this. I was going to tell you I own a muffler shop, but I don't. So, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. If you read the whereas, it says whereas is not safe or practical to enforce the motor vehicle regulations as they are. How is it any more practical to tell somebody that he doesn't have a muffler on there? You're doing exactly the same thing. You got to stop the guy who's breaking the law and tell him he's breaking it. It doesn't matter which way you look at the resolution. It doesn't solve your problem.
Okay, I'll go back to number 1.
This resolution was brought to the fall convention, and one of the concerns was related to the diesel particular filter system. That's been since removed from the resolution, and this resolution as it stands would enable a CSO officer to ensure that the vehicle meets the regulations and through the original manufacturer specification. So you could look at a muffler to ensure that it is the proper length.
Okay, I've got another gentleman there. Is there another gentleman in the lineup for number 1? No, I guess not. Okay, I'll go back to the mover. Would you like to speak to it again?
No, I believe our administrator has explained it.
Okay, anyone else? No? Okay, I'll call for the question. You can vote now. A in favor or B opposed? That's lost 69%. So I will go to number 20 now, please.
Rink facility electricity rates, 20-20A. RM of Mary Creek, number 229. RM of Frontier, number 19. RM of Swift Current, number 137. RM of Excelsior, number 166. RM of Saskatchewan Landing, number 167. RM of Whiska Creek, number 106. RM of Victory, number 226. RM of Happy Land, number 231. RM of Avangard, number 76. And the RM of Piapot, number 110. Be it resolved that SARM lobby SaskPower and the minister responsible for SaskPower to recognize the not-for-profit nature of community rinks and the value that they provide by offering a reduced electrical rate for all rink facilities or offsetting electricity costs through a grant program.
A mover, Mike 1.
I'd like to move this. Lindsay Nobbs, RM 229.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
This resolution is the product of discussions held at the Southwest Municipal Government Committee meetings this past year. The town of Shaunavon began these discussions back in March of 2019 when they sent a letter to the minister responsible for SaskPower, the Honourable Dustin Duncan, requesting a reduced power rate for the not-for-profit community rink facilities that are being billed by SaskPower using the business standard rate. Shaunavon asked for Southwest Municipal Government Committee member councils, both urban and rural, to forward similar letters to the ministry requesting a reduction to the electrical rates. The minister had a director of support of SaskPower respond to our letters, and their response, basically, the gist of it was that our municipal ice rink program may be of assistance to you as it offers technical assistance and some limited incentives for efficiency projects. For the September 25th Southwest meeting, it was held in Shaunavon, and SaskPower was invited to present and answer questions as to how they set their rate classes. Although this session was very informative, and it was not the end result that we wanted to hear. We did learn that SaskPower currently has 4 rate classes for residential and 48 different rate classes overall that they apply across the province to their customers. However, they can't seem to be able to create a class to help out not-for-profit rink facilities that are scrambling to make ends meet. I can see how that may be difficult for a corporation that in 2018 and 19 alone had revenues of $2.725 billion and a net profit of $197 million. Following that meeting, the town of Shaunavon decided that they would present a similar resolution as this one at the SUMA convention this February past, and that we would present this resolution at this SARM convention. Shaunavon's resolution did indeed pass at the SUMA convention by a large majority. In the 27-18 provincial budget, the community rink affordability grant was suspended and adversely affecting how these facilities were able to keep paying expenses. This is a low-hanging fruit, and it's an easy win for the provincial government to support. Rinks are indeed the hubs of communities and provide a gathering place for all residents of Saskatchewan, both rural and urban. Therefore, for the minor hockey and figure skating programs to events such as the Legion Provincial Curling hosted by Abby this past January, and the Stars Air Ambulance Gala that was held in Frontier this past June, and to the numerous trade shows, weddings, and funerals held in these facilities across the province, I ask for your support in passing this resolution. Thank you.
I've got someone at mic number 3. Go ahead.
Hi, it's Mark Schafel from RM 373 Aberdeen. I pushed really hard. You guys support this. We've got a big rink, and the demand charges alone are exceptionally high. We spend about $18,000 a month to run our rink through power. When one of our councillors went and dealt with SaskPower, we were told that hospitals are charged demand charges, so why wouldn't rinks be charged demand charges? I find that very concerning, and if they're charging hospitals the same thing like they're charging us, it needs to be taken care of, and we really would appreciate the support of SARM to speak in our behalf to make this happen.
Anyone else? No, doesn't appear to be anyone else. Okay, so I will call for the question. You can vote now. A, in favor, or B, opposed. Resolution is carried, 94%. Resolution number 21.
Relocation of SaskTel pedestals, 20-20A, RM of Fertile Belt, number 183. Be it resolved that SARM requests SaskTel to relocate pedestals to the edge of the road allowance.
Mover, Mike 1.
183, Arlen Kurtz.
Okay. Would you like to speak to it, Arlen?
Oh, yeah, I'll just speak a little bit to it.
Okay.
Because of biosecurity things, issues, and what could happen when they come in to service these pedestals with vehicles, we don't know where they've been. The contractors come in, we don't know where they've been. I think it's time we get these pedestals move out to the edge of the road allowance, so they aren't coming in on land. They don't have to worry about crops if they're coming in during the summer season. So I would ask for your support, please.
Okay, I'll go to number 3, and then I'll go to 4.
Tom McKnight, RM at Paddockwood. I speak against this. I mean, in my case, I live on a rural road, so they're going to take the pedestal out of my yard, which I have one, put it on the edge of the road. We can't even keep stop signs and yield signs on the edge of the road, never mind a telephone pedestal. If you don't know where they were when they were prior to fixing or looking at it, you're going to know where they are if you put them on the edge of the road allowance. They'll be there fixing them all the time.
Mike 4, go ahead.
Herb Axton, RM number 9. I'm getting harassed here by the Vice President of SARM, so you have to bear with me. But anyway, this won't take long. The previous government in the 80s put these stupid things in the middle of our fields with no consultation with any of the landowners, and now we have a government that's a little more advantageous to agriculture, so they should put them on the road allowances or on the deadlines or have some consultation, at least with the landowners, to where the hell you want them, not out in the middle of a field so equipment can drive over them. But it's getting late. I'm looking for a bottle of 15-year-old Macallan, so I hope you support the resolution.
Okay. I will go back to number 4 again.
If SaskTel would just give us good cell service, this motion would be irrelevant.
Oh. He didn't identify himself then. Okay, anyone else? No? Okay, I'll call for the question. You can vote now. A, if you're in favor, or B, if you're opposed. That's carried, 61%. Next one, number 22.
Crown Corporation Utility Locations, number 22-20A, RM of Corman Park, number 344. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the Government of Saskatchewan to ensure that where possible, Crown corporations locate utilities within the established right-of-ways or within 30 meters of established right-of-ways to limit future development restrictions and costs.
Okay, a mover, Mike number 3.
Art Prum, Councillor, Corman Park.
I'd just like to give a real life example to the crowd today. In Corman Park, we have somebody that wanted a Sask Energy line upgrade, which was 4 miles out. Sask Energy goes and proposes to just go cross-country with this line, doesn't consult with landowners along the way whatsoever. And I think what people need to recognize is that if a line goes across your property and you want to subdivide and make an acreage one day, or you want to put up a bin yard or a hay shed or anything like that, once that line is in your way, it's your responsibility to pay to have it moved. So for that reason, I ask for your support today.
Anyone else? No? Okay. I will call for the question. You can vote now. A, in favor, B, opposed. That's carried, 86%. Next resolution, number 23.
Municipal Work Safety and Equipment Certification, number 23-20A, Parkland Association of Rural Municipalities. Be it resolved that SARM create flow charts, templates, programs, and/or guidelines for the use by rural municipalities to ensure the promotion of the safe culture and the reduction of injuries in the municipal workplace.
Okay, a mover for that one? There is a lady running frantically to mic number 1. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm the acting administrator for the Arm of Blaine Lake. My council's back there and they're asking me to move it for them.
Okay, we need a mover, a delegate to move it. Anyone here wish to move it? 434, okay. Would you like to speak to it at mic 1? I'm going to put you on the spot. Oh, sorry, I meant number 2.
No, I think it's self-explanatory.
Okay. And I've got a gentleman over here. You're at 4. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, you know what, Kent Fargo, Reeve of Arm of Lumsden, 189. I support this, and I would like SARM to look at this, and we've been looking at a safety program for a while. You know, we follow occupational health and safety, we do that, but there's no real program in place for RMs. You know, you look at CORE, you look at other programs that are designed, they're not designed specifically for RMs. You know, last year there was a lot of safety people or programs that at the trade show last year. But I think if SARM would have put this and lobby this and put a program in place that's specific for safety and safety meetings and stuff for RMs and operators, I think everybody in here would support that.
Anyone else? No one else? Okay, then I will call for the question. You can vote now. A, in favor, or B, opposed. That's carried, 73%. Resolution number 24.
Municipal elected officials liability insurance, number 24-20A, RM of Blaine Lake, number 434. Be it resolved, SARM Insurance immediately provide to the membership at this convention what a director's insurance coverage is afforded to duly elected council members. Be it further resolved that if the membership find these items and criteria insufficient, that SARM have ready an alternative insurance coverage scheme available by or before the SARM midterm convention.
Mover for this resolution?
John Priestley, 434, and it's basically self-explanatory.
Anyone else? Mic number 4.
Carmen Sterling, Vice President of SARM, and I'm speaking on behalf of the board. All RMs are provided with coverage outlines for their liability insurance annually. Members of council are covered by the same policy as the RM itself while they are acting within the scope of their duties for the municipality. There are, of course, exclusions and caveats on any liability insurance coverage, and the LSIP policy is no different. For example, acts committed in bad faith are not covered, nor are illegal acts, nor are rogue actions undertaken without the direction of council. Liability insurance covers claims for damages as well as defense costs for the party who has had a claim made against them. No insurance coverage exists for a person or entity when they are the party who commences a claim against another party. When specifically referring to the need for equivalent of director's insurance, LSIP offers an extension under the errors and omissions coverage on the LSIP policy. Under the extension of coverage, legal fees incurred by members of council could be considered as a claim. The coverage was born out of consultations with our members. The coverage sets out a list of criteria which must all be met for a payment to be considered. The intent of this coverage is to protect council members in situations where they face charges under a provincial or federal act as a result of a decision made by council. While coverage under LSIP is different than a typical directors and officers liability policy, this is because the liability risks faced by municipal elected officials are markedly different than those faced by a board member for a non-profit or for-profit corporation. The Municipalities Act provides broad immunity against liability for elected officials, which doesn't compare to the personal liability borne by a member for a company. Past conventions have seen presentations conducted around municipal liability coverage and municipal liability risk, and we plan to continue these sessions to assist our members. Approximately 95% of the membership voluntarily enroll in the program with little or no concerns over the current policies within the program. The SARM Board of Directors feels the current coverage provided by LSIP gives the membership strong protection from the many challenges they face representing their municipalities. The board also works with the
Sorry, ma'am, you're actually out of time. Have anyone else? Mic number 4.
Will Chalmers, RM of Blaine Lake. In listening to what was exactly said, the one thing that SARM has not done very well is tell the members what that coverage is. It is very shotgun-like, and I think if you can actually put that in a document and provide it to the membership, then you can stand on a better leg, rather than what was obviously, it was kind of a bureaucratic thing that we just heard there. And I don't think anyone is any wiser as to what was just said. Thanks.
Anyone else? Not seeing anyone come to the microphones. Okay, well, I'll call for the question. You can vote now, A, if you're in favor, or B, if you're opposed. Okay, that resolution was lost, 58%. Resolution number 25.
Firefighting costs recovery, 25-20A, Arm of Wolseley, number 155. Be it resolved that SARM's source of fire investigation unit and fund that can investigate fires to determine cause of origin and pay firefighting costs from the fund when the source cannot be attributed to a specific source.
A mover for that?
Krauser, RM 155 Wolseley.
Okay, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Mic 1.
Okay, on May the 3rd, 2 years ago, we had a major grass fire in our RM. It started on the CPR right away. We had 2 eyewitness reports, one report from the local fire department call-out report, and also the burn patterns indicated the point of origin. When this fire bill was sent to CP Rail, they indicated that there were no trains or no rail crews in the immediate area. However, the call-out was done by a employee of CP Rail who indicated the fire had started down the road allowance some way from the railway track. Because CPR denied the claim because they had indicated there was no activity in the area, the local landowner was responsible for the fire call-out. Yes, the landowner's insurance covered the cost, however, there was a substantial deductible that was covered. At this point in time, legal was, pardon me, I'm a little nervous, sorry about that. At this time, the cost of the bill, the cost of the legal would exceed the amount of the claim. And if it went to small claims court, again, it would take considerable time to sort out. Again, you'd be taking on CP Rail. Also in our area, RM has ratepayers that have been stuck with a similar issue regarding SaskPower when down power lines cause immediate fires. As you all know, there's considerable areas where there's certain large numbers of crops still out in the field to be harvested. This is a potential for major fires in a matter of time to happen. In this resolution is a start. I hope that making large companies more accountable, also final fire investigations through would be more evident to the RMs. So anyway, I strongly support that suspect fires be some sort of investigation with local fire departments, more training in that area, as well as the large companies being held accountable. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? The gentleman at mic 3, go ahead.
Cody Jordison, RM Lumsden 189. Rather than supporting this motion, I would just like to direct your attention to the Saskatchewan Office of the Fire Commissioner. A little statement to read from there here. Every fire must be reported. It says right on their webpage, if your fire department has an issue with determining point of origin, you can give them a call and they will help you assist with any investigation that you have. So we don't really need to pass this. The work's already done. And if I lived in an RM that doesn't have a rail line, I don't really want to be subsidizing your bill. I'm sorry, it is what it is. But yeah, it's already there. You do the work.
Anyone else? Is there a gentleman at mic number 1?
Krauser, Division 155. In the comments to the Fire Commissioner's office, in this particular case, the local fire department had suggested the ratepayer contact the local fire provincial services, and they were contacted. Their comment was, number 1, there was no human loss of life. Number 2, the dollar value did not exceed an amount, and they did not get involved. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? No? Okay, I've been told the mover closed debate, so I'm sorry because you didn't get to the microphone in time because I didn't see you coming. I will now call the question. I'll ask you to vote now A if you're in favor or B opposed. I should maybe just get her.
Ooh, so that is carried at 51%. So now we have an emergent resolution.
Okay. Emergent 1-20A, SUMA's proposed name change to Municipalities of Saskatchewan, SARM Board of Directors. Whereas at the 2020 Saskatchewan Urban Municipalities Association's annual convention, the urban delegates soundly defeated a resolution to start a discussion with SARM to amalgamate SUMA and SARM into one association. And whereas SUMA delegates spoke loudly against the discussion, stating that SUMA should concentrate on mending their current divide between cities and smaller urbans within their association. And whereas, even though the resolution was defeated soundly, The SUMA Board of Directors presented the SUMA delegates with a new name for their association called Municipalities of Saskatchewan. And whereas the proposed name suggests SUMA represents all municipalities in the province of Saskatchewan, including the rural municipalities, and whereas SUMA has not done their due diligence prior to the announcement around legal requirements, including changing the legislation of the Act to incorporate the Saskatchewan Urban Municipalities Association, and whereas the amendment to take place, the provincial government is required to approve the name change. Be it resolved that SARM stand with SUMA membership stating that there is zero interest in any such discussion around the amalgamation of the two associations. Be it further resolved that SARM make a strong statement to Premier Scott Moe to not permit the amendment of the SUMA Act to permit SUMA to change their name to Municipalities of Saskatchewan, as SUMA does not represent the municipalities of Saskatchewan.
Do we have a mover? Mike 2?
Yes. Ray Orb, SARM President, SARM Board of Directors, and I would like to speak to it.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. The SARM Board of Directors felt it was important that the SARM membership debate the proposed name change of SUMA. The board does not take our role for granted and takes the direction from our membership very serious. We represent and respect the view of our membership. As stated in the resolution, the name change has yet to be approved by the province, yet SUMA has been using the name Municipalities of Saskatchewan. As the president, I have been in contact with both the Premier and the Minister of Government Relations to express our concerns with SUMA using a name that suggests they represent all the municipalities in the province, and of course they don't. SARM represents all of the 296 rural municipalities in this province. So the precedent that has been set that permits SUMA to use a different name without a legislative change is also concerning. What would happen if SAMA or SMHI, amongst others, were to change their name without legislative change? We feel legislation is very important, and if the provincial government insists that municipalities are to follow legislation, so should the associations that represent the same municipalities. We ask the Premier to not only insist SUMA to follow legislation, but also not permit SUMA to use their proposed name, Municipalities of Saskatchewan. If SUMA wishes to change their name, they should choose a name that is more consistent with who they represent, the urban municipalities in our province. I urge you to vote in support of this resolution.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the resolution? Seeing none, we'll call for the question. A, in favor. B, opposed. And that is in favor, 92%. Sorry. I'll hand it back to you to wrap up.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. Thank you, everyone. So tomorrow we start at 9 a.m. And please be reminded that our trade show opens tomorrow at 8 and runs till 3:30. And a reminder that tomorrow morning from 8 to 9, SARM Trading Services are holding a Sourcewell program information session in meeting room 6. There will also be a Saskatchewan Crop Insurance Corporation presentation and discussion being held tomorrow morning from 7:45 to 9 in meeting room 1. And before we leave, a quick note about our sponsors.
The registration reception was brought to you by Saskatchewan Municipal Halo Insurance. For over 100 years, SMHI has been insuring farmers with flexible coverage at affordable rates. Please visit smhi.ca for more information.
Okay. All right. Anyway, we did our best. Thanks, guys.
Good work, guys.
gentlemen. We'll see you later. I'll see you early tomorrow. We got 3 point of privileges so far. Oh, 3? Yeah. Okay.
The last time that happens, eh?
That's good news.
Well, we're good to quit right after their conference. You guys got to